you are saying is that the BJP is also talking to allies of the India group. Is that possible?
Are you asking me?
Yes, yes, sir.
Sorry. I just seem to have gone off. No, as I said, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just listening to what's coming on TV. I don't know whether anybody is speaking to anybody or not. But all I'm saying is that in case there is a verdict like this, and what we are finding out in 290, 295 versus about 230, 240, if this is a broad figure that goes on and carries on till about 435, then talking to anybody is fair game. All our allies, with all the respect that we can give them, have shown in the past that they have moved, they have jumped from one ship to another, and once they jump ship and form a government, they all become respectable. So let's see. And
this
applies
is something
to
that the Congress has experience in dealing with this kind of a situation. The BJP doesn't have experience since the days of Mr.
Can I just
Vajpayee.
ask Mr.
Yeah,
Dixit,
please go ahead. Anurag Thakur has one from Hamirpur. Just that update, we put it on the
Mr.
screen.
Dixit,
Yes, Rahul.
Is the India alliance, the India bloc, going to try and form the government? That's the fundamental question right now.
I think it will all depend about 5:30 what the results are. See, 290, 300 by itself is a fairly confirmed number of a majority.
Yeah.
And I think at 290, 300, I don't think anybody would really venture out unless there are some back channel talks and you hear that people are uncomfortable. Okay. And this level of discomfort can continue.
The reason I'm asking is because
let me just finish. I'll just take 2 minutes. Let me just finish. See, will there be a discomfort with regard to BJP's selection of its CLP, parliamentary party leader, etc.? So that's something we need to do. If they are dropping below 290, if it's going to be a 70, 270, 275, 280 NDA, okay? BJP say suddenly we find it goes to about 220, 230, okay? I think these 20 seats is going to give a lot of change. My personal gut feeling is that, because that was also the talk amongst political people,
overall,
both in BJP and otherwise.
Overall, there are about 40 seats.
Just one second, Mr. Dixit, many people say that it's easier for the India parties to find partners. We've had a history between Mr. Naidu and the BJP, and of course Mr. Nitish Kumar, where both of them walked out of the previous government because of differences over special packages, for example, for their own states. So, you would fancy your chance to do business with these two individuals, despite all the water that's flown under the bridge.
I don't know whether we'll fancy. I think fancy is a bit of the word that has a lot of meaning. But you see, there are others. The NCP and the Shiv Sena, I don't know, they're probably getting half a dozen seats among themselves. They are another, motley group that happens to be under the NDA, okay? There is a couple of seats that maybe Akalis are getting. There are 2-3 seats here and there that some other parties are getting. Chandrababu Naidu very clearly, as I said, although he said this morning that he'll stand with the India alliance, NDA alliance, but he's there. I think there are 2-3 seats that Jagan are also getting. So, there are parties that make up about 10-15 seats among themselves, and there's a stronger bloc of about 30-40 seats. So let's see, okay? As I said, I have no idea whether we will go forward or not, but if it's the same numbers plus 8 or 10 to NDA, I think they are comfortable in their formation of government. And if it's 8 or 10 on the other side, then
things go into a flux and it's everybody's game. We'll come back to this conversation in just a bit. Big updates coming in from Karnataka. Prajwal Revanna has lost. Some seats are being declared in Karnataka. Now let's go across to Shivani at the live result hub. Yes, Shivani.
Yes. Anand, big update coming in. Prajwal Revanna, who was mostly leading throughout the morning and the early afternoon, has lost from Hassan, and the Congress candidate has won from there. We've got Shreyas M. Patel of the Congress party winning and being declared winner in Hassan. This is going to be a big headline seat, if not overall changing the scenario seat. But I've got more results coming in from Karnataka. Bellary, Congress has won. Udupi Chikmagalur, BJP has won. Uttar Kannada, BJP has won. Hegde Vishwar, Mandya, HD Kumaraswamy, JDS has won. We've got Sunil Bose, Chamarajnagar of the Congress winning. Belgaum, Jagdish Shettar of the BJP has won. And of course, Kolara, I had told you that Malesh Babu has run. How many rounds are currently still ongoing in Karnataka?
Counting process is going to end very soon.
Very soon. So in Karnataka, the counting process is going to end very soon, which is why
so
we've
the
got
result
almost
more or
10
less,
results coming in from Karnataka
more or
already.
less settled in Karnataka. 18 to 10 is the leaderboard. Some of the seats have been declared. Prajwal Revanna versus Shreyas Patel was also a family fight which was happening, and within the family, and even this controversy that broke out about Prajwal Revanna, somewhere on ground has it impacted him already even before it became a huge controversy. Prajwal Revanna losing that seat, but the Congress big gains for it in in Karnataka, where it's come plus 9 seats. It's 10 seats there. The NDA is 18. What Sandeep Dikshit ji said, Meeta Chakrabarti of the Congress also with us, what Sandeep Dikshit said, that if this lead holds, 290 plus for the NDA means nothing unsettled. Yes, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will have to work with the allies. Anything less than this, if it goes up to 280, 285, then there is a flux. It's all up in the air. Agree, disagree, possibility. Yeah,
I think it's going to be interesting because Mr. Modi is a man who's never lost an election in his life. He's never had to deal with allies in any substantial way. How will he deal with allies? He's pretty much an absolute ruler even within this government. And this election, the only issue has been Narendra Modi. He's fought it on his own charisma. To now say, look, I fought on my own charisma, but you know, guys, I still need your help, is something he's not used to saying. How will he do it? I don't know. It remains to be seen.
Shatrughan Sinha is leading from Asansol. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary of the Congress is trailing Yusuf Pathan in Bahrampur. Nalin Mehta and then Meeta Chakrabarti. Yeah.
I want to make a point about UP because the final number will hinge a great deal on what UP eventually lands up at. Out of the leads in UP, there are about 17 seats which are under
How many seats?
17 seats.
17 seats.
In which the margins are very small. Margins are under less than 10,000. Several of them under 5,000. Some of them under 1,000. Now the thing is, in terms of how they're split right now, out of these 17, 9 SP is leading in and 8 BJP is leading in. So
there's nothing in it.
So there's nothing in it.
Won't make
so
it
they
up.
could all go one way or the other or remain as it is.
Yeah.
So it's
You
So
know,
all these
UP
results are
is
still
the most
possible in
interesting,
these seats.
and I think Smriti Irani losing is the leitmotif of what
She's
BJP
not, as of
stand
now,
for.
she's trailing 15,000 votes.
15,000, but to think that a KL Sharma would give a run, Smriti Irani a run for her money is what it is. David Goliath kind of a battle happening in Uttar Pradesh.
But there the argument is that Priyanka Vadra was fighting from the
if
shadows.
she had, so Priyanka Vadra fought from 2 constituencies without actually having her name on the ticket.
giant killer could
Right?
become
and
the
she's
giant-
won
She
both
is the one.
Raebareli and Amethi.
In both Raebareli
giant
and
tray.
Amethi, it was
If
Priyanka,
that
though her
happens.
name was not on the ticket. The other one is Prajwal Revanna that you're talking about. Thank God for small mercies. In some way or the other, the gods seem to have worked, and he's not going to be there. But the point which Veer pointed out about the BJP reaching out, and that it was Mr. Modi who was on the ticket. He has been an absolute ruler. Will he be the one who will reach out to the smaller ones, which Mr. Dikshit pointed out that it is possible that the BJP is doing a backroom negotiations. Have they already started? The fact that Mr.
can I say
Nitish
one
Kumar
thing?
met with Mr. Modi yesterday is also significant, that they're not taking anything for granted. So it is possible that backroom conversations
but
have
Prime
been
Minister
done.
Modi
Small
was not
point.
meeting Chandrababu Naidu. The point
There
is
is
the
no
reason
doubt
for
right
meeting
now
Nitish Kumar could
that
be
you
very
cannot
different.
You cannot have even a minorly stable government without the NDA, without the BJP. So let's be honest about that. This may be a chastening result for the BJP. It's certainly not an acceptance of the other side.
But he did throw, Mr. Sandeep Dikshit did throw an important point that if these results by 435 swing either ways or more towards the Congress party and the Congress inches towards 100 seats, that means the INDI alliance goes to
But then
235 and the NDA slips to about 280.
Then this takes you back to the Chandrasekhar kind of government.
Now, will
where
that
the
happen?
Outside support.
Yes.
If
Will,
you
will,
remember,
will that
Bhatt had
happen?
already said
He's
that
just
he's
said that
willing to
anything
give
can
outside
happen.
support.
Now, but it's up to both sides because everybody will be talking to everybody. Meeta Chakrabarti, congratulations on the first half because it's a phenomenal performance by the Congress party and especially in key states where the Congress has also shouldered bulk of the wins and also winning leads. Fought 52 the last time around, 95 this time around, inching close to 100 seats. Your thoughts on UP and Maharashtra?
Well, thank you very much, but I think we need to wait for the actual results before we start celebrating, and I think the actual numbers will be much more than what is being projected right now as leads. Right now you're projecting 230, 231 for the India Alliance and about 95 for Congress. I'm sure Congress will be in three digits. And this despite us not having a level playing field. Months before the election, we know that our bank accounts got frozen. We had opposition chief ministers getting arrested. We had opposition leaders being continuously harassed and targeted by ED, CBI, income tax. We had a section of media also being compromised. I really do not understand. I do not get the rationale and the logic behind the poll surveys, the opinion polls, and especially the exit polls. And the fact that some of the exit polls actually predicted a 400 plus for NDA. So the margin of error, you really cannot just pass it on as a simple margin of error or a simple calculation error. To a great extent, these opinion polls and the exit polls, if I may take the liberty of saying, were highly manipulated. So right now, when we did not get a level playing field, here we are giving a much closer contest, and let's wait for another couple of hours to get the final results.
Yes.
Picture abhi baki hai.
No, I
Well,
think just
both sides are saying
very
picture
quickly.
abhi baki hai. We are also saying picture abhi baki hai. About
Anand,
4
very
o'clock,
quickly.
4:30 is when it will consolidate.
So obviously the strike rate had to be different, but we are just very glad that we put this alliance together, and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself through, and I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result, and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership, and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing. And even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc., but for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did. And I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for?
Well, the voter, I think, has voted for specifics that we put in our manifesto. They voted for acceptance of the alliance logic, that in the past the aggressive manner in which parties in UP treated each other, that we had genuinely given up, and we were trying to cooperate for a larger cause. And I think the voter accepted this in sincerity and accepted this as a promise for the future.
Going forward, how is this going to sort of shape the political discourse now? What do you think is the impact of this verdict on the NDA? They're obviously in a position to form a government. There might be permutations and combinations that they'll have to look at, but it almost does appear that Mr. Modi will be back as Prime Minister. But how does that sort of shape the larger national picture with regards to the opposition now?
Well, I think you'd finally have an opposition an opposition in terms of substantive numbers. Our greatest disadvantage was that we had the vigor, but we didn't have the numbers, and that was a great disadvantage. Now, I think that disadvantage is gone. We can truly be a substantive opposition in a democracy. But the important thing really is what we have highlighted, the issues that we have highlighted, such as the issues of youth, the issues of farmers, women, security of people, price rise, the young people not getting jobs, etc. Those issues are burning issues, and those issues will have to be taken forward. We can't make this just as a standalone election victory or an election upswing. It has to be taken forward in terms of substantive issues that we raised during this election.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Khurshid. We'll speak again, I'm sure, perhaps in the evening or in the days ensuing. Thank you very much. Let's go straight across to Anand. Anand.
Certainly will.
Congress party, but we have to check this, that how many seats are still tight fights? Is there a lot that can change between 1 p.m. and 4 p.m.? And when I say tight fights, that the margin of victory is less than about 10,000 votes and with about 10 to 12 rounds to go. But this is how the parliament now looks. There is a very much shrunk NDA if these numbers that are flashing on top of our screens currently hold. Prime Minister Narendra Modi all likely to continue as Prime Minister. Discourse, the BJP emerges as the single largest party with about 240 leads and victories as of now, leads and wins as of now. Will this further consolidate in favor of the BJP? We have to see. But as of 1:10 p.m. this afternoon, this is how the parliament looks like, and it is a larger spread of the opposition, a far more robust opposition, with the NDA alliance itself with about 228 seats, the Congress 93 seats, about 41 seats more than the last time around, where they have leads and victories already coming into play. This is very interesting. And what's more interesting, ladies and gentlemen, that there are sources that are saying that Nitish Kumar has been approached by the Congress party and there has been a promise made to him that he will be made the Deputy Prime Minister if he joins the NDA alliance. So that's the conversation. So what's going to be promised to Chandrababu Naidu? The larger question is, if the alliance stays, the opposition stays at 228, will Nitish Kumar getting on the bandwagon and Chandrababu Naidu coming on the bandwagon actually help this? That's it.
Let's go straight across.
Yeah, let's go across. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me, sir? This is Rahul Shivshankar. I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Kumar, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm able to hear.
Yeah, Mr. Kumar, there's a lot of speculation now. I mean, first of all, how do you view the result that has come through for the TDP? Congratulations. You form a government after a hiatus of 10 years. You're back in Andhra. Congratulations to you on that. You're also, of course, one of the leading lights now of the NDA. So it's been a win-win for Mr. Babu. How do you see this now unfold? Is Mr. Babu, first of all, very, very committed to the NDA, or is he also receptive to overtures?
No, we come back to power only after 5 years, not 10 years, number one. Number two, it's a landslide victory to the Telugu party, though we joined an NDA. We are a reliable partner for any our NDA and others also. Therefore, we are committed to this thing. There is no question of second thought in this. So, as far as the result in the country is concerned, they are at liberty to contact everybody. It does not mean that there are some changes in the alliance. There is no change. As far as we stick to our promises and we are a part of NDA, we will continue in that.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on the phenomenal victory in Andhra Pradesh. The TDP is forming government there. 154 out of 175. That's a phenomenal victory. But there are already news coming through that the Congress and the opposition alliance is reaching out to the NDA partners, including TDP and the JDU, offering them key posts, prime berths, etc. Will Mr. Naidu be tempted? Will Chandrababu Garu be tempted?
No, our party is a regional party having a national outlook. We earlier also, Telugu Party had an history during our founder N.T. Ramarao and also our leader Chandrababu Naidu. We have placed, participated in key role in the center. Now also we will play the key role. There is no doubt about it. But it is a pre-poll alliance. There is no question of post-poll alliance. Pre-poll alliance is already there. As per the pre-poll alliance, we will continue that.
Well, did you expect this kind of a result for the NDA? These setbacks in Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra?
As far as said, after the exit polls also, it is totally reversed as per the present result is concerned. But so far as in Andhra Pradesh is concerned, exit polls, it's a sweep. Almost most of the exit polls, some of the national channels has given edge to the YSRCP to some extent. Now they lost even opposition status also in the state assembly. Now our NDA alliance has a victory, landslide victory in the state of Andhra Pradesh. We have expected in Andhra Pradesh. As far as the center is concerned, just basing on the repoll we have concerned. But we heard during the last few weeks some decreasing in the seats in some of the states. But as far as the NDA improved in southern states also. Now.
Let me bring in Mr. Shehzad Poonawalla for a few moments. Mr. Poonawalla, good afternoon. Obviously not the result that you were expecting. What's the general overview of the result from the BJP's point of view?
First of all, Rahul, it's a brilliant afternoon because after 10 years, if at the 30% counting rate and with 200 seats in a close margin of 10,000 votes, the NDA has formed its government for the third time. In Odisha, we have a state government now by all looks of it. We have dominated Odisha. We have made new ground in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. I think we should only think that why is Salman Khurshid accepting congratulations from you because they are not forming the government. The Congress is struggling to cross 100 and perhaps by 4 o'clock we don't know where those 200 seats, where the competition is less than 10,000 votes will go. So Rahul, it is a brilliant afternoon for me. I have nothing to complain about this afternoon except for the fact that it's a little hot.
So, but Shehzad, namaste.
Rahul, I can understand.
You're saying 30% of the votes have been counted, 70% still left, and 200 seats with a margin of less than 10,000 votes. So, are you saying that these numbers could change by 4:35 p.m.?
Yes, in all likelihood, what I foresee is that the Prime Minister, with the BJP crossing halfway mark and the NDA obviously going way beyond the halfway mark, will be going in for a third term, and that will be seen by 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock.
But
because
Mr.
these
Poonawalla,
countings are going to go till late. But I am very happy.
It still
just
could
10
be.
seconds more, Rahul.
You're absolutely
I am very
right.
happy, Rahul.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
ahead.
Just one line before you come in.
Yeah.
Rahul, I am very happy that today, Anand, you have been absolved from being Godi media when Salman Khurshid is talking to you, and nobody has abused the EVMs. So Rahul and Anand, I am very happy for you guys.
Democracy is clearly the winner. But
just 1 second. We are happy that democracy is the winner. We are happy mandate of the voter is being respected across all party lines, and we are happy that there is a message that is going across to all political parties.
I just wanted to
मेहनत
ask,
करोगे फल मिलेगा, अकड़ दिखाओगे तो डंडा मिलेगा. So,
but one thing that we can take away from some of the numbers that we are now getting, the vote shares, for example, this is a tight election. This is not a one-sided canter as it was in 2019 and 2014. Now, what do you think that came down to? Why is it such a tight election? It is unforeseen, obviously, but why?
Well, again, putting the caveat that I've put, but for the sake of not being repetitive, let me say that we need to analyze, and Rahul, I'm glad that I'm on your show with Anand and others who have intense discussions on the subject. Is politics dominating over policy? That should be the question that we can perhaps have a detailed discussion after 5 o'clock, that the politics of fear-mongering, the politics of trying to make brother against brother fight, the politics of trying to seep in division-based politics, as opposed to the policies of taking everybody together. We can have an analysis post-5 that is a short-term politics, something that people have played taking the country to the edge, and has that given them a certain bit of benefit over a long-term policy that benefits the country. I think that discussion can be had.
Well, we'll
post
see.
5 p.m.
We'll see after 5 p.m. because you're saying the numbers will change, consolidate. Let me ask Pradeep Bhandari. Is there any rationale to Shehzad's argument? 30% votes have been counted. 200 seats with less than 10,000. These numbers could change even as the NDA creeps up. Actually slips one more seat. It's 294 now.
Thank you so much, Anand and Rahul, for having me, and it's great to be there with you guys. Anand and Rahul, I do believe that the trend has stabilized in the last 1.5 hour. Now we've seen in the Bihar Assembly elections, if you very well remember, that after 2 p.m. you saw a complete reversal in trend which took place. So if it could happen in Bihar, yes, because the margins are very, very narrow, it can happen. But imagine in a hypothetical scenario, if it is not happening, Rahul, then I would definitely conclude that rather than welfare, what has dominated as a narrative in the states, particularly of Uttar Pradesh, has been caste and the local candidate, because the Bharatiya Janata Party did not change majority of its candidate in Uttar Pradesh. But as of right now, I will not conclude, because there are 200 seats where the margin is very, very narrow. And we have seen in Bihar that how the entire reversal took place. The earlier the Bharatiya Janata Party was celebrating, and post-lunch it was Nitish Kumar and RJD who formed the government. So let us hold our conclusions for 1.5 hours, and after that we'll be able to conclude whether this has been a caste in a candidate election or an election which is being dominated by the national narrative. Because the state of Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Bengal, these three
Pradeep, I'm interrupting you because we have the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri H.D. Kumaraswamy, joining us at this time. Mr. Kumaraswamy, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations. Congratulations on your victory. How would you look at the performance in Karnataka, sir?
I think might be connected.
Mr. Kumaraswamy, can you hear me? I'm not sure if he's speaking with us or if he's speaking with somebody else. We'll try and go back to him in just a bit. We have Zama Khan, Minority Affairs Minister of Bihar, of the JDU with us. Zama Khan ji, namaste. Bihar mein JDU has performed along with the BJP quite well. BJP की कुछ सीटों पे सेंग लगी है, but overall performance पे आप क्या कहेंगे बिहार को लेकर?
बिहार में जो हमारे नेता आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो काम किया है, 2005 के बाद जो इन्होंने काम करके दिखाने का काम किया, हर जाति धर्म वर्ग उठकर उन्होंने काम, हर लोगों के हर समाज का काम और विकास जो बिहार के अंदर उन्होंने किया था, उस विकास को देखते हुए जनता ने निर्णय लिया। और जनता को मैं धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं, बिहार के तमाम लोगों को जिन्होंने हमारे नेता के कार्यों को देखते हुए, कार्य के तौर तरीका देखते हुए जिन्होंने काम किया है, जो सम्मान दिया है बिहार की जनता, मैं उसका धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूं। निश्चित तौर पर हमारे नेता नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो बिहार के अंदर विकास किया, वो विकास को प्रदेश नहीं पूरा देश दुनिया ने देखा है। तो जनता ने जो रिजल्ट दिया है, ये उम्मीद
अटकलें लग रही हैं कि
रिजल्ट ऐसा आएगा।
इंडी गठबंधन से उनको फोन आए हैं, उनसे डिप्यूटी पीएम की जगह उनको प्रॉमिस की गई है, अगर ये नंबर ठहरते हैं।
अब ये तो मुझे नहीं जानकारी, जो आप जानकारी दे रही है मुझे जानकारी नहीं है।
आपको लगता है कि विपक्ष के साथ हाथ जोड़ना चाहिए?
कुमार जी हैं, हम लोग देखिए, हमारे नेता, हमारे गार्जियन, हमारे अभिभावक है, हमारे गुरु हैं, जो उनका निर्णय होगा उस निर्णय के साथ हम सब लोग खड़े हैं। वो अपने नेता के निर्णय होता है, सब लोग नेता तो होता नहीं, नेता एक होता है, नेता नीतीश कुमार जी जो निर्णय होगा उस पर हमारे से तमाम कार्यकर्ताओं के साथ हमेशा खड़े रहेंगे। क्योंकि आप जानते हैं कि नेता ने जो भी निर्णय लिया है बिहार के विकास के लिए, बिहार के सम्मान में हमेशा निर्णय लिए हैं। तो जो भी फायदा बिहार का हो, जैसे उचित समझेंगे वो निर्णय लेंगे। मैं उनके साथ हूँ, हम लोग उनके साथ हैं। मैं उसमें कोई हमको नहीं बोलना है। मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूँगा बिहार के लोगों को, आपके माध्यम से, बिहार के लोगों ने जिस तरह से विश्वास किया हमारे नेता पर, और नेता ने जो सम्मान दिया था, जो काम किया था, जाति भेद वर्ग धर्म से उठकर उन्होंने काम किया था, तो उसका रिजल्ट जनता ने दिया है।
So you are going to leave it to नीतीश कुमार? आप नीतीश कुमार पर छोड़ रहे हैं। TDP has said that they are not going anywhere. JDU's Neeraj Kumar said that JDU is not going anywhere. Shehzad Poonawalla, is there a worry that the allies may decamp? Because the Congress has been talking up, there are talks that they are reaching out to NDA allies or BJP's allies.
जी,
First of all, I think
हम
you
लोग
just spoke to a
नेता नीतीश
representative
कुमार
of
जी को
TDP.
छोड़ रहे हैं। नेता नीतीश कुमार जी
Is that question for me?
नेता हम लोगों के हैं, जो उनका रिजल्ट देंगे हम लोग को, जो निर्णय लेंगे उस निर्णय पर हम लोग खड़े
जी
हैं।
जमा खान, मैंने ये प्रश्न शहजाद पूनावाला से पूछा, वीर सांघवी भी है, मैं जरा उनसे भी उनके विचार जान लूं। इवन एज देयर आर सेलिब्रेशन शॉट्स कमिंग, देयर आर वर्कर्स हु आर डांसिंग, वी हैव टू सी वेयर दीज विजुअल्स आर कमिंग एंड व्हिच पार्टी लीडर्स दे आर। यस शहजाद, ऑन बिहार, on the NDA allies being approached by the opposition, and then we'll come to Bengal, where it's a complete rout of the BJP. Yes.
Okay. First of all, Anand, let me again put it in perspective that as we stand at this moment, when 200 seats are still in the close margin, the BJP alone is more than the India alliance. Let's get that perspective clear. Secondly, the BJP by 4 o'clock will itself cross the halfway mark. So the question won't arise. But having said that, our allies are time-tested allies. The senior spokesperson of KC Tyagi, of JDU, KC Tyagi ji, has already said that we are in the NDA. We are firmly under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi. A TDP representative just now on your show.
Well, Shehzad, interrupting you, we've got Mr. H.D. Kumaraswamy through with us. H.D. Kumaraswamy ji, namaskara. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Congratulations on your victory in Mandya.
Good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm good, sir. How are you? And congratulations on the Mandya victory. How would you see the performance of the NDA in Karnataka?
I'm telling one is with little bit. I'm happy, but very disappointed. We are expected more than 25 seats in this election from BJP and JDS combination. In that we failed. That development actually little bit I am unhappy.
Mr. Manjunath has won, but Prajwal has lost. Prajwal Revanna has lost. How would you see the results? How they are coming so far? How do you assess them, sir?
Manjunath victories, we expected that victory in a big margin. On the advice of our Honorable Home Minister, in our family we decided to select Dr. Manjunath as a candidate in Bangalore rural constituency. That strategy worked out very well. But in Hassan issue, some decision what we have taken, there is some fault is there, but future days we will going to try to solve all those things. It is not possible for me to express about the development in that Hassan. Future days we will going to solve those problems and we will come back again in Hassan also future days.
What do you think are the learnings from the election? I know it's early, but still, the 10 seats that the NDA lost to the Congress and the IND alliance.
Definitely in Karnataka, that's why I told you I am very unhappy that Congress has won the 10 seats in this election. Because of our small errors, Congress got those seats, even though they have invested huge money by misusing the official machineries. We think that they will going to struck at 3 to 4 seats. But because of some small mistakes from our side also, we lost another 6 seats. Otherwise, we would have reached 25 seats.
The national scenario, how would you see it, sir? The NDA is at 295, BJP is at 240. Is all well?
No, there will be a big challenge to Honorable Prime Minister. I can understand what he worked from last 2 months without giving any scope for his actually how we travel entire country from last 2 months without giving rest to his health also. He worked very hard, but it is surprise result in this election because everybody predicting more than 350 seats NDA will going to get it. But because of some misinterpretation by some section of the parties, we struck at NDA alliance with nearing 300 seats. But there is a big work we have to responsibly we have to work to get the confidence of the people of this country. For that, I think Narendra Modi ji is very experienced leader. He can work it out, whatever mistakes is there, to get the confidence of the people. He will going to work very hard.
Will the JDS continue with the NDA, sir? Final question. Well, I think that was the aspect that the Prime Minister will feel it as a setback is what H.D. Kumaraswamy is saying, with the assumption that these numbers will stay. We are just getting an update that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest. It's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is down minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those three phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now because, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, he's known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
Right. So as of now, the alliance partners.
I think we should ask Mr. Poonawalla if there will be
Shehzad,
any more conversations. Shehzad Poonawalla, if you can hear me, do you believe that the BJP itself? Okay, we've lost this line.
No. See, you wanted to understand where the Samajwadi party has actually made gains.
Yes.
The gains are there in the first phase.
Yes.
You see this, the first, second and second phase. But look at this. This is the final phase.
Yeah.
This is the final phase where the bulk of the gains have happened. And they've also made inroads even through phase 4, 5.
Yeah.
If you look at in Uttar Pradesh. As of now, these are a lot of tight contests in Uttar Pradesh. But this is the story. If there is one hero or somebody who's perhaps the man of the match of this for the opposition, it's Akhilesh Yadav. Akhilesh has quietly gone ahead and fought this election smartly.
The threshold always for any government, the pain threshold is 30. If the opposition starts getting more than 30 in Uttar Pradesh, that's when it starts hurting incumbent governments. And we've seen that throughout the last 20 years. And here you have the India bloc at 43.
Right.
Well above the pain threshold.
No, and not just that. Can I just make a point about Uttar Pradesh?
Look at this. Sorry.
Can I just make a point about a quick point? It was believed going into the election that the BJP would sweep Uttar Pradesh because of the Ram Temple. In fact, people who covered Uttar Pradesh, journalists campaign, said the Ram Temple hardly ever came up in conversation.
Okay.
The second element was the attack on Muslims who were infiltrators, who were going to get your Mangal Sutras, etc. And Akhilesh was portrayed all the time as the candidate of the Muslims. The fact that that hasn't harmed him suggests that that whole campaign was a mistake.
True. The other story is Abhishek Banerjee, who's gone to call on Mamata Banerjee. 30 seats that where the Trinamool Congress is leading, or it's already 1 out of 42 in Bengal. It's a story in itself. Will that change over the course of the next 2 or 3 hours? We'll have to wait and watch. Going straight across to Prakash Javadekar ji. Prakash Javadekar ji, namaste. This is Anand Narasimhan here. First up in Kerala, the NDA entering and getting on the leaderboard in Kerala.
Yes, this is a new beginning for Kerala politics. Modi ji had changed the politics of Kerala. It was bipolar between LDF and UDF for 75 years. Now, BJP is well entrenched and nearly 20% votes. We will be making the whole lot of difference. And this is because Modi ji's 3-4 actions. One, all the beneficiary schemes, welfare schemes, reached 100% to all the targeted people without discrimination. This is very important. If there are 28% Muslims, there are 35% beneficiaries are Muslims. So he has done it without discrimination. Second, the large infrastructure project, railways, Vande Bharat and highways, 6-lane highway. So that is also done. Stature of India has gone up like anything. And there are large scale of diaspora of Kerala in other countries. They are saying that our stature has increased, our esteem has increased in the eyes of the people in these countries. So what they called themselves to their families and said vote.
But as of now, Mr. Javadekar, the only seat where the BJP is leading is Thrissur. Even Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar now is trailing in Thiruvananthapuram. Mr. K. Surendran, the state BJP president, is trailing. Mr. Muralidharan is trailing. These are seats you are very confident about.
We have never won even a single seat. So 1 or 2 seats, whatever we win, is a news and is a very good beginning. And once that is done, next year it is the municipal and local body elections, and 26 it is assembly elections. We will all make jointly progress in that direction where everybody works.
So some inroads in Kerala, ji.
Constituencies.
Some inroads in Kerala, sir, but national picture, there is a big slide, Uttar Pradesh and Maharashtra.
What all the exit polls told, not figures, but the result. And result was that NDA will become the ruling party for next 5 years, and Modi will become the prime minister. And that is what is exactly going to happen. So that is the main headline. The figures in this state, this much or that much, that is different. See, every election is a different election. I'm working since 1971 parliament elections. I worked first time, 53 years. Hundreds of elections, different kinds of elections. And I was in charge in 10 states. So, and I'm keen observer of elections. So, every election throws some surprises. But today also, it is just halfway through.
But
Still more, because in UP, there are so much close contests.
No, I understand that. And we're still not calling UP for any one side. But Javadekar ji, this is Rahul Shivshankar. Very quick question to you.
Rahul.
From your own state of Maharashtra, sir, there has been a very disappointing, underwhelming result that has come through. How do you see this? Do you believe that perhaps...
I will tell you the story in 3 sentences. First, in 2019, BJP and Shiv Sena fought together as allies.
Yes.
And we won 60% seats, 160 seats out of 288. So we got comfortable majority. But, we got 105, he got 55. And he wanted to be Chief Minister, Thackeray. So Uddhav Thackeray ditched alliance. He won on the posters of Modi and went and joined Congress and NCP. So that was the worst part of Maharashtra politics that has happened. And then what happened? All 3 put together. We have not broken their parties. Please remember, we have not broken the parties. Shinde and 40 of their MLAs were dissatisfied with those leadership. So they came out and joined us. Ajit Pawar, with him 40 MLAs came out on their own. We cannot bring...
No, but Mr. Javadekar, respectfully, I just want to ask you this, because many people saw the switching of Ajit Pawar as a extremely negative development. He was a tainted leader. The Prime Minister himself had sort of described him as a corrupt politician. Do you think this cynical sort of crossing of ranks from one to the other and welcoming in your own party undermined your own credibility?
Really, is that opinion. You have every right and everybody has a right to have his opinion. I don't... I can't say that nobody should have that too. Sure. But the fact remains that we have not broken the parties. They have come here. Up now, at hindsight, you can say anything, but fact remains that now TDP. In 2019, he lost because 2014, I was there in charge and I stitched up the alliance with the High Command's decision. But after that, he won. He then criticized very much and he lost 19 elections without BJP. Now with BJP, he has won again. So this happens. And all will stay with NDA because they are NDA and NDA will be ruling and Modi will be the 3rd time Prime Minister. I think this is the main agenda,
Mr. Javadekar, Sir, Anand here, final question. Congress almost touching 100 seats. Is it a resurgence of the Congress party? You know, the BJP's slogan of Congress Mukt Bharat now seems bunked because they've done nearly 45 seats better than last time.
What? No, we never said Congress Mukt Bharat means opposition Mukt Bharat. No. We said corruption Mukt Bharat, dynasty Mukt Bharat, and one family rule Mukt Bharat. That is the only real thing. It is the ideological war, and you give a phrase to it. So that was Congress Mukta Bharat. But then Kharge said, Bhajapa Mukta BJP South India हो गया. नहीं हुआ. भाजपा कर्नाटक में भी है, आंध्र में भी है, तेलंगाना में भी है, केरल में भी है. तो ऐसा नहीं है. मुक्त नहीं होता ऐसा. पार्टी विचार की लड़ाई.
तमिलनाडु में भी एनडीए, तमिलनाडु में एनडीए है, भाजपा नहीं है अभी तक के लिए.
हाँ तो वो ठीक है ना. BJP means NDA is the BJP because BJP cannot be separated from NDA. We don't. I will tell you one example. There were many offers by other parties, but they wanted to do away with some of our partners. We never said yes. We never said yes.
Right. Prakash Javadekar ji, congratulations on Kerala on getting on the leaderboard. Thank you very much for speaking with us. We've just got a confirmation that Home Minister Amit Shah has also spoken with Chandrababu Naidu, who's underlined that he will continue to be with the NDA. They have been he's been congratulated by the PM and then the HM, and he will be taking oath on the 9th of June as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. Chandrababu Naidu back on the hot seat right now. Pradeep Bhandari with us. Pradeep, 1:45 on the clock. By 4 PM, what could change? Or do you think this is how the result is going to be more or less?
Anand here. What I can definitely suggest is that right now the margins, Anand, the margins right now are still very narrow. But the Samajwadi party is at 37 as per Election Commission, the BJP is at 32. It looks difficult, Anand, that the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross 60 or 65 on its own. And the margin, if this trend continues for the next half an hour, I do not believe that Uttar Pradesh will change massively. And if there is no massive change in Uttar Pradesh, then Anand, then what we can definitely conclude is, rather than Akhilesh Yadav, Anand, it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which did not change its candidates in Uttar Pradesh. If you very well remember that majority of the candidates in Uttar Pradesh were repeated, whereas in Delhi 6 out of 7 candidates were changed. So for the first time in Uttar Pradesh, if this trend continues, the non-Yadav OBC vote, which was with Bharatiya Janata Party since 2014, solidified in 2019-2022, would have splintered, and the BSP vote, which did not move to the Samajwadi Party, even when the Samajwadi Party and BSP had a formal alliance, this time would have moved more to the Samajwadi Party vis-a-vis the BJP. This is for the first time happening in Uttar Pradesh in the last 10 years, if this trend continues, Anand.
True, some phenomenal work, and kudos to Akhilesh Yadav for the work that's happened. As there a lot of introspection to be done with vis-a-vis Uttar Pradesh as far as the BJP is concerned. Many believe one of the key factors for these numbers, if they hold, to manifest is a BJP versus BJP scenario in Uttar Pradesh. Does that put pressure on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath? Does that put pressure on the Prabharis? Or does that put pressure on those who said that we will not change our candidates? And more importantly, how does it reflect on the Prime Minister himself? Because it was his face all over and it was his guarantee all over on which the BJP and the NDA actually fought this election. We'll
Anand,
talk about all...
Anand, just 10 seconds point.
Yeah.
If I can.
Yeah.
Anand, the majority gain that the Samajwadi Party is doing is from Purvanchal. So that is where the caste is a very, very dominant factor. So clearly, if this trend continues, Uttar Pradesh has been a pure caste-based voting in the entire Purvanchal belt.
Right. So it will be caste that's driven Purvanchal, the first phase and the last phase, big gains. We've got to take a break. We've got to take a break.
Did the whole campaign by the opposition suggest that the Modi government's going to do away with reservations?
Did that actually resonate on ground?
Yes.
We'll park that question, talk about this when we come back. Stay with us. All right, on the way out, thank you very much. Thank you very much to all our viewers. 4.5 lakh live views. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request. Over the next hour, by the time we come back and do this update at 3 PM, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We're not getting greedy. We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views. Continue to stay with us. Watch this coverage here. The battle for Bharat. Back after a break. Stay with us.
कोई सेल्फ मार
itself through, and I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result, and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership, and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked at as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing, and even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc., but for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did, and I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for? Mr. Khurshid, can you hear me?
If there was a logic...
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can. And I said that if there was a logic that we all accepted when we went in for the alliance, I think that logic has been proved in the results that are now coming. Now, of course, it wasn't an even fight in the sense that we had 17 seats that we contested and the Samajwadi party had 63. So obviously the strike rate had to be different. But we are just very glad that we put this alliance together and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself through, and I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result, and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership, and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked at as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing, and even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc., but for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did, and I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for? Mr. Khurshid, can you hear me?
If there was a logic...
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can. And I said that if there was a logic that we all accepted when we went in for the alliance, I think that logic has been proved in the results that are now coming. Now, of course, it wasn't an even fight in the sense that we had 17 seats that we contested and the Samajwadi party had 63. So obviously the strike rate had to be different. But we are just very glad that we put this alliance together and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself.
2024, many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Suku for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now taking shape a little bit.
India Alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt. Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. सरकार में व्यूअरशिप हमारी है, इतना मैं कह सकता हूं, but the fact is that we need our viewers to help us a little more. We want it to be 5 lakhs.
समझते हैं जीत एक ट्रिक होती है, जी नहीं, ये एक टेक्निक होती है। जीत परफॉर्मेंस का नया फॉर्मुलेशन होती है। फर्क इतना ही होता है हार और जीत में, जितना कुछ और या स्पीड में। इसीलिए कहता हूं, चुनो जीत को, चुनो स्पीड को। इसकी यूनिक फ्रिक्शन मॉडिफाइड टेक्नोलॉजी बढ़ाए इंजन परफॉर्मेंस, दे बेटर माइलेज और स्मूदर ड्राइव। स्पीड, हाई परफॉर्मेंस पेट्रोल फ्रॉम भारत पेट्रोलियम।
ओए विराट, सीनियर प्रोडक्ट मैनेजर का ऑफर। सिर्फ सैलरी? कोहली साहब, जॉब की है कभी? 9 to 5 की जिंदगी देखी है कभी? आप तो बस। ओ भाई साहब, कंपनी सैलरी देगी और HSBC सैलरी अकाउंट से आएगा एक्स्ट्रा 5% अनलिमिटेड कैशबैक और अप टू 50 लाख सैलरी ओवरड्राफ्ट। ओपन योर माइंड।
Seeing the field from every angle, the safest fielder never lets anything miss his eye. Navigates his way under the ball without any stress. The legendary player, champion of champions. The feature-loaded Nexon, India's #1 SUV for 3 years in a row. Price starts at 7.99 lakhs.
पिछले 75 सालों से घर घर में प्यार प्रेस्टीज में ही तो पक रहा है। जो अपनों से करे प्यार, वो प्रेस्टीज से कैसे करे इनकार?
If you did, C1, you must be riding on it now. MRF Zappa C1. Longer life tire for scooters.
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लेने के टाइम पे सब सच बोलने का, आगे चल के क्लेम रिजेक्ट होने का लोचेज नहीं।
ऐसा क्या? ये भाई को पाइल्स भी लिखना।
एको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लेते वक्त पूरा सच बताएं और इजी क्लेम्स पाएं।
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस की सुबह हो गई मामू।
Papa, where does this rainbow start?
Let's find out.
New Taigun GT line, styled to wander.
Take a bid, but let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked at as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did the right thing. And even if it meant that we had to give up something somewhere, etc. But for the larger cause, I think it was just the right thing we did. And I'm very, very glad that it's looking good in terms of how people now perceive our effort.
Well, how do you perceive the message from the voter? What do you think they voted for? Mr. Khurshid, can you hear me?
If there was a logic...
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can. And I said that if there was a logic that we all accepted when we went in for the alliance, I think that logic has been proved in the results that are now coming. Now, of course, it wasn't an even fight in the sense that we had 17 seats that we contested and the Samajwadi party had 63. So obviously the strike rate had to be different. But we are just very glad that we put this alliance together and we've got some wonderful results. I think a lot of thinking went into how the alliance was to work itself through. And I think all that has been successful. We are very pleased with the result and we hope that this cooperation that we showed and our leaders came together to project, this cooperation will go further to consolidate the gains that we've made in Uttar Pradesh.
Mr. Khurshid, are you going to try and put a government together?
Well, that's something that one always aspires. Now we have to be realistic. When we actually get the results 2 o'clock onwards and we put them together, so whether we can make a realistic bid or not will become apparent to our leadership and then they'll take a call. But I think we are very well poised to make a bid. But let's see how it works out in the next couple of hours.
Well, the Congress set out to contest the lowest number of seats it has ever done, 329 seats. I think they're at 93 right now. How do you see the Congress's performance in this election?
Well, see, I can imagine that if we had contested more seats, we would certainly have got much more than 93. 93 is impressive by itself, but we would have got much more than 93. But then don't forget that if we hadn't worked at as hard and sacrificed as much as we did, and alliance hadn't come into existence, then perhaps we wouldn't have had the extra spring in our walk of the alliance to have got these extra seats. So for the larger cause, I believe we did.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with your election hub, CNN News 18. I'm Shivani Gupta joining you from our studios. And what a morning and an afternoon it has been. Nobody literally saw this coming. Certainly none of the exit pollsters, because the trend that has now come as far as the numbers are concerned at 2 p.m. this afternoon is not what anyone saw. Barring, of course, the best of the most optimistic supporters of the India Alliance. The big numbers are flashing on the top of your screen. 290 for the NDA right now. They've been hovering around the 290-300 mark. 233 for the India Alliance. Who would have thought? 100 plus for the INC Congress alone. Who would have thought? And they're certainly going to have a spring in their step if these numbers are going to hold on. The only caveat I will add at this stage is there are a lot of seats. At least about 50 seats where the margin is 5K, about 200 seats where the margin is 10K or less. In Uttar Pradesh alone, which I'm going to show you on my magic wall very, very soon, of why this is the story of the 2024 general elections. In Uttar Pradesh alone, there are 10 seats almost where the margin is less than 10K. All right, speaking of Uttar Pradesh, this is of course first up the national picture on our magic wall. The sea of saffron that you saw in 2019, mind you, is no longer the case. In fact, I want to show you the picture. So this is 2019. You see this on your screen, 2019. You see virtually apart from this eastern belt and southern India, it's virtually a sea of orange. And as I now change this to 2024, you can just visualize that this is no longer a sea of saffron. All of this, Maharashtra, you've got, of course, BJP doing well in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, Congress has bounced back. Even in some states in Chhattisgarh, Rajasthan, there Karnataka, they have gained. Of course, Maharashtra, they seem to have gained a lot. So I'm going to focus a little bit on the areas where the BJP has declined, mostly or majorly, and the areas where they have managed to pick up, because they're still, of course, touching almost 300. The big question will be, BJP will get 272 on its own. So first one, of course, I have to talk about Uttar Pradesh. This is Uttar Pradesh. This is not looking like what anybody saw coming, except, of course, the Samajwadi party was insisting quietly behind the scenes that they are confident of about 30 to 35, which is why the India Alliance came out with a number of 295, remember, 2 days ago. Again, I want to do the same thing. Just visualize what has happened in 5 years. This is 2019 Uttar Pradesh. Yes, BSP won 10 seats. There were about 1 for the Congress, a few for the Samajwadi party, but it was virtually a sweep still for the BJP, and this was less than 2014 for them. Now visualize this as this map changes. Look at the pockets of green now, particularly in eastern Uttar Pradesh. The pockets of green. This is still actually a lot of the seats that the BSP won last time around, they've gone to the SP. Last time around, the contention was that BSP gained because of SP, not so much the SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi party. But look at these regions everywhere, western Uttar Pradesh, southern Uttar Pradesh, eastern Uttar Pradesh majorly, the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands. In Rajasthan alone, it was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well, because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we're getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India Alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India Alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200, they have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. The Prime Minister himself had talked about the sympathy factor, but it seems the sympathy factor has gone to the other side. Now, jobs, rural distress have been talked about. The expectation was that they're not going to hurt the BJP as much, but it has hurt as far as the verdict is concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slum. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao, let me come to you first as Tohin Sinha, Matthew Antony, Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party, Abhijit Majumdar all with us. Also my colleague Christine Walia with me in the studio. But Dinesh Gundu Rao, this is better than what you expected, or are you still expecting more?
No, I don't think I would say it's better than what we expected. It's much better than what the exit poll predicted. That prediction has gone totally awry now. But I think we were expecting a little bit more seats. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting a little bit more seats. And I think, the number of seats that we've got in some of the states has been a little bit, I think we've fallen short. So I would not say that this is met our expectations, but I think this election has been a defining election because we were not just fighting a political party, we were fighting the entire establishment, including the institutions, including the media, which was one-sided, and it was a battle where we had to go all out. And if you look at it from that angle, the BJP not getting a majority is and falling way short of majority. Let's wait for the final numbers. Yeah. But I think it is going to be good for India, good for India's democracy.
You say that this is not better than what we expected. I just have a counter question to that before I toss over to Christine as well. Why is it that you didn't expect more? After the numbers you got in Karnataka State Assembly, this was the state where the Congress was expected to do well. So why are you in any way surprised?
Exactly. No, exactly. We were expecting better results than this. Even in Karnataka, we were expecting at least 14 seats. So we are falling few seats short. So whatever it may be, I think let's wait for the final numbers. But I think this election will curtail the arrogance and the totalitarian approach of the Bharatiya Janata Party and the Prime Minister Modi. Mr. Modi himself is struggling to win his own election. And Uttar Pradesh, where in fact, this is in a way, I think, Lord Ram telling the entire nation that follow the principles of dharma and This is an election where I think the blessings of Ram has been there to save the nation from a dictator and someone who would have usurped all powers and would have been really the death knell of India's democracy if BJP had come back to power in a brutal majority, like what the exit poll predicted. So in that sense, I would say this is good for India. And I think Congress, all of you people have been writing off the Congress, we've been writing off the opposition parties, and we had an uphill battle on our hands. We had the CBI, IT, ED, media, all fighting against us.
Okay,
and
Mr.
this
Dinesh
is a victory,
Gundu Rao,
I think,
since
ultimately,
about
in
a
that
month's
sense,
time,
for the founding principles of the nation.
since about a month's time, you've been saying the Congress is comfortably positioned in Karnataka. Now, given the numbers that are coming in, and in comparison to 2019, for example, the NDA with 18 and Congress with 10, it most certainly is a jump again for the Congress. But as for the other takeaways are concerned, what's your biggest talking point? What do you project for the INDI bloc? We're putting out the numbers, but remember, it all goes down to the last vote, really.
See, I think what has happened in the last 10 years, there's a big division that has been taking place in this country, which has been created by the establishment, by the central government and the political party BJP. They were building walls between communities, between societies, and they were creating a nation, India versus Bharat. Now, I think this election is not India versus Bharat. India is Bharat and Bharat is India. We are all together in this. So do not, I think, in the next government, whoever forms, I think this message is loud and clear that take everybody along. We need work on the ground, we need jobs, we need our economy to improve. We don't want the rich and the super rich to enjoy at the cost of the poor people.
Okay.
If you look at the results, I think rural India has spoken in a loud voice. More than urban India. Rural India has realized the distress India is going through.
Okay.
Rural India has understood
we'll look
that
at
the
those numbers. I want when that
so
statement
if
is
you look at the
made.
numbers, I think I would say hats off to the rural voters.
Sure.
The voters who
We'll
say are
break
less
that down on our
educated,
magic
less
wall as
empowered,
well.
Less poor, less rich.
Gundu Rao, you
So-
said whoever
so that
forms
I
the
think
next
is a-
government. You said whoever forms the next government, is the Congress hopeful that it can form the next government, or the Congress-led India Alliance can form the next government still?
Yeah, so let's wait for the final number. No, once the wins are completed, we'll never know what happens, how many seats the things can change. Right now, I'm being optimistic, but one never knows in politics, right? So let's wait for the final numbers. But the message is clear. India needs peace. India needs harmony. And India has rejected the authoritarian regime of Narendra Modi.
Can I ask you a final
In
question?
this election.
Can I ask you a final question? DK Suresh not doing very well from Bangalore South. He is the brother of DK Shiv Kumar. What does that mean for the Congress party internally?
See, in Karnataka, in the old Mysore region, the alliance of JDS and BJP coming together has helped the BJP and helped JDS. So, this alliance, if this alliance had not been there, definitely this would have been a much different result. So, that has been helpful for the BJP in tying up with JDS. So, DK Suresh losing is something that we didn't expect because he's a hard worker, and a good organizer and everything. But politics, certain things happen due to certain reasons. And we have to accept it, and even DK Suresh also has magnanimously accepted it.
Okay.
And we will continue to work for the people and for the state.
All right, we've got the other big updates coming in. There's the big update on Amethi. Amethi is the big shocker. We expected maybe not so much of a shocker from Raebareli, but we didn't expect it from Amethi either. I want to go across. Gundu Rao, thanks a lot for joining us. Many congratulations. We'll look at how things eventually fall as far as the very last seat is concerned. Abhijit, I want to come to you on Uttar Pradesh. We were discussing the big story, but look at Amethi. Did you see that coming at all?
Yes, sir. No, I don't think many of us saw that coming at all. Overall, UP results will be very, very disappointing for the BJP. But Shivani, this has been more of a regional central election. If you look at the trend across the country, MP, for instance, BJP has swept. Delhi, all the seats are with BJP. Now, UP, Maharashtra and Bengal, three largest states, BJP has ceded a fair bit of ground in all these. I mean, shocking setbacks in UP and Maharashtra. In Bengal, they were hoping to do better. They have done much worse. So obviously there are factors local to those states that are at work. I don't think there is a overall trend here. The trend is probably that the regional leaders, regional parties have risen again. Another.
Okay. Before we talk about the other talking points that we're picking up from, let's say, an Odisha or a West Bengal or Rajasthan for that matter, which is seeing a very interesting fight, what do you think really worked out for the Samajwadi Party? Is it, the caste calculations that the Samajwadi Party went ahead with? Many say the focus was not as much on the MY factor as it was on the PDA.
I think, this election has seen the comeback of the Muslim vote.
Okay.
The relevance of the Muslim vote. Muslims, it seems, have voted strategically, determinedly, and that has been a big factor in UP, especially helping the Samajwadi Party and eventually, of course, the larger India Alliance. That is one. The Dalit vote, which has completely vanished from behind Mayawati, probably is another very big factor, and it has probably gone to the India Alliance instead of the BJP. So that could be another, solid setback for the UP, for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. These two seem right now to be the main prominent factors. There has been a fair bit of delivery under the Modi government, but one has to probably realize that the hype around that still did not match up to reality on the ground.
Okay.
Probably. Or maybe the voters are expecting more.
Ram Pratap Singh of the Samajwadi Party is actually with us. Mr. Singh, aapko meri awaaz aa rahi hogi. The numbers are extremely encouraging for the Samajwadi Party. I would say not just encouraging, they are actually great for the Samajwadi Party. Last assembly elections, Samajwadi Party had fought alone and kind of grown or bounced back a little bit against the resurgent BJP. This time around, not many gave you this big a chance. Your thoughts on the verdict and what this means for the India Alliance?
Thank you. It's been a very big day for the Indian democracy and the constitution. And I would like to take you back to about 2 months ago when Samajwadi Party launched their manifesto. And our manifesto talked about how this election was all about saving the constitution, how constitution and its basic tenets were possibly under stress. And that was one of the major issues that we went for the elections. And the second big issue that we talked about was unemployment, and rampant unemployment through several remote districts of Uttar Pradesh is a real issue on the ground, which, and we also highlighted the fact that the BJP had lost touch with the realities on the ground. And if you look at their campaign and their rhetoric, how negative it was. So all these factors put together, I think the electorate realized that we have to give an opportunity to in an election and make people win who would fight for their issues, who stand for their issues. And that's what's led to a shift, a tectonic shift, I would say here, in the Dalit vote bank, in the backwards, reconsolidating with Samajwadi and the India bloc. There's been a big shift towards the India Alliance, where they are now looking from us as some real solutions, UP being such a large state and a very young state at that. So possibly the impact of unemployment is being felt hugely here. And then add to that the agrarian distress, which
Mr.
did not end with the
do you actually believe it was more about the local issues, about unemployment, the Agniveer scheme, so on and so forth, as the Samajwadi Party is very well trying to project as well? Or was it about a very calculated, strategic move on part of the Samajwadi Party to get the caste equations right? And I keep reiterating that, Shivani, because look at the choices made by the Samajwadi Party. 15 Dalit candidates fielded, 27 other OBCs and 4 Muslims. Abhijit was pointing out about the Muslim vote really, but I think it's gone much beyond that this time around.
No, so they've obviously played the caste rhetoric very, very well. And that is where I remember when the first constitution will be changed narrative was started. It was the likes of the deputy chief ministers in Uttar Pradesh, it was the likes of Yogi Adityanath himself who came out and gave sound bites to say that, listen, this is not what is going to happen. We've got Anil Antony and Tuhin Sinha also joining us. Tuhin, why don't I give you a word before I go across to the Congress's representative as well. This is not what, you know, forget the 400 par rhetoric. This is not what the BJP saw coming. Let's face it. This is not the kind of mandate you thought you would get in the third term for Narendra Modi. Currently, the BJP is not touching the majority mark alone.
This is to me, Shivani, or this is to Tuhin?
Tuhin. Matthew, I'm coming to you next. Just wait.
Exit poll.
Yeah.
If you look at the exit poll estimates and our own, figures which we had thought, there seems to be a disparity. But like I said, a World Cup win is a World Cup win, whether you win by 5 runs or whether you win by 100 runs. There are I'm told about 70 to 75 seats where the leads, the margin of the leads is very less. So I still believe we will be 260 plus. I think we need to wait for a couple of hours. More importantly, I also feel that this has been a unique elections. There have been states which have voted on national issues, and then there seems to be states where local issues seems to have taken center stage. But for the positive, on the positive side, BJP has won Andhra Pradesh. BJP has won Odisha. We are going to form governments in both the states. Odisha, in fact, has been a clean sweep for the BJP. We continue to keep we continue to be in a very strong position in Madhya Pradesh, in Gujarat, and in several other states. So I think, I don't think there is much to worry. The mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government at the center.
You're talking about Odisha, you're talking about the gains made by the Bharatiya Janata Party, and that has to be given to the BJP. But what about seats like Amethi? What about developments like Sharad Pawar, for example, now dialing Nitish Kumar? Is that not trouble for the Bharatiya Janata Party? Do you not sense all is not well there?
Well, for the last 3 decades, that's all that Sharad Pawar has been doing, dialing up people after elections. So I think, the fringe players do that. But I don't think that would impact the existing coalition. The existing coalition is based on very strong factors, and we are all set to form a government in the Andhra Pradesh. So I don't think there is going to be any change. At 300 plus or 310 plus is a strong figure to form a stable and a strong government for the next 5 years.
Tuhin, you're calling it fringe. If I may just come in with the data so far that we've managed to access, given the leads that have come in so far. In 2019 in Maharashtra, BJP won 23 and the undivided Shiv Sena bagged about 18, which meant 41 for the NDA. Cut to today, the BJP has 11 and Shinde Sena, for example, in this case, only has 6. Ajit Pawar, NCP, 1. So you're talking about Sharad Pawar as a fringe leader, but that's not what the numbers suggest. The Mahavikas Aghadi is quite comfortable in Maharashtra.
So far as the numbers are concerned, obviously, we will get back to the drawing board. We will get back to introspecting on what really did not shape up the way, because in Maharashtra we were very clear that BJP per se would not be suffering any losses. Yes, there has been a realignment of forces 2 to 3 times in the last 5 years, but that was not our doing. The 2019 assembly elections were very clearly for Prime Minister Modi-led BJP coalition in Maharashtra, but it was, the other side which went back on the coalition. So, the realignments seem to have had a toll, it seemed to have caused some amount of confusion in the minds of the people, but that's a call that's something which we will get down to by evening once all the figures are there, once all the results are out.
Okay, Matthew Antony, for the Congress party, touching 3 figures for the India alliance to be roughly around 220, 230. Give me your sense of what it means as far as the opposition in the country and the India alliance is concerned. And also added to that, are you hopeful of maybe doing what the BJP is generally known for, get a few people on your side post-verdict and see where things go?
Shivani, it's a good day for us as far as we are till now. However, we need to wait till the evening for us to have the final numbers in place. I've been maintaining this in your show from the very beginning for the last 4-5 months that we will be making our numbers for this election because the people of India have called out on the unemployment. People of India have called out the government on the price rises and also the lies which has been played on them all these years by the Modi government. This is significant loss for the Modi guarantee which has been played across because BJP on themselves is not making the 272 mark. They are well short from the majority on their own. Now, we all know how BJP was arrogant towards their NDA coalition partners in the last 10 years' time. And we all know that how Congress is one of the best alliance partner managers when it comes to UPA 1 and 2. So there are a few more hours to see. And we don't want to do the BJP of blackmailing and all of the things like that. However, we are of the view that we have been one of the best managers of the coalition partners in the country's political history. And there can be possibilities in politics. Nothing can be ruled out till the time something is formed, something is shaped up and something is
But is there a
officially
plan
declared.
in place, if I may ask, given the figures that we have so far, about 9,900, which is a double in itself for the Congress party from 2019. The figures for the Bharatiya Janata Party, we just talk about the BJP, so far have not been able to cross the magic number, the halfway mark. And if we just talk about the alliance, remember we're already seeing a lot of phone calls being dialed left, right and center. So is there a plan in place on part of the Congress?
There will be a plan and there is a plan, but what is the point in me talking the plan out in the public till the time it works out into a shape? So if you look into the 2004 and 2009 elections vote share, Congress was around at 26.5 and 27%, and we have formed the government with the coalition partners. So right now also we are somewhere closer to that one or slightly more than that when compared to the vote shares. And you look at the India Alliance and the NDA put together, the vote share is not more than 2% difference between the two major fronts. So let us wait till the evening or maybe a day, we can see something unfolding in the political front in India.
I sense, Abhijit, that the Congress is still being extremely cautious as far as the numbers are concerned. For the last 2-3 hours, you're not really seeing them celebrate the numbers. They're being very cautious. I think they really do want to wait and see whether it will stick around to the 30 mark or whether it will go down to 200. Even 200 would be a great I think, achievement for them because not many gave them 200 as the alliance. But there's a sense of caution. Matthew, I hope I have not got that wrong because I've heard a few Congress spokespersons now since I think about 11 a.m. and everybody saying, okay, let's wait for the numbers, let's wait for the numbers.
The thing is, this is, I would say that we respect the people's mandate. We don't call them as a cricket match. Because,
but can I just say, mandate. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you again.
We respect
You've
it till the end of it and we will see.
No, you've made two statements that we've always done coalition dharma better. I'm not so sure because some of your coalition partners have not been very happy even in this experiment of the India Alliance. Right? Mamata Banerjee is the prime example. Also, some of the alliances that were with the Congress or with the opposition, the likes of RLD, the likes of SPSP, in Uttar Pradesh alone have switched to the BJP. You've obviously got TDP coming back to the BJP and things like that. So we'll wait on that. But the other thing you're saying is that, we're going to wait for the numbers and we respect the people's mandate. Can I remind you, before the verdict came and after the exit polls came, it was Congress leaders who were asking questions of the EVMs. Maybe you jumped the gun on that.
No, we will definitely ask the questions on the EVM. You have seen our senior leader in Chhattisgarh calling out the 17C disparities on the 17C forms as well as on the EVM machines. So we definitely will ask questions whenever it has to be asked. And we definitely called out the exit polls void or the emptiness of the exit polls or the artificiality of the exit polls. You see the difference between the exit polls and what has come out actually. So the people has voted against the Modi government. The Modi guarantee has failed to a large extent because the vote share percentage, if you overall look into the NDA vote share and the India vote share, it is not more than 2%.
Okay.
The seats are giving the differences, but the vote shares are not very vast. It's too thin in terms of a large country like that of ours. It's too thin. So we should say that our campaign has worked, our narrative has worked, whereas BJP didn't have a narrative. They were just going on the name of Modi, which has failed. And look at the number of seats which has gone down with the BJP themselves. And look at the seats where we have gained also. So we are talking about facts. We are not talking about things in the air. We are just talking about facts, but we are very cautious that we are waiting for the elections' final numbers to materialize. And then politics is always something which can create opportunities, which will come out with opportunities at the right time. So let's wait and watch.
Okay, Matthew, you're saying that's, the reason why there's a sense of calm in the Congress camp and you're going to wait a little bit longer. But so is the BJP. Tuhin, isn't the BJP also waiting for, 4 p.m., 5 p.m. to really come out and say, yeah, this is what we're going to settle with and we're going to take this forward from here?
There is a difference in our attitude vis-a-vis the Congress party. The Congress party, their attitude is quite amusing. They still seem to be suggesting that if the final number is not to their liking, they will go ahead and question the EVM. On the contrary, the BJP has always had explicit faith in institutions, in the Election Commission. So I think there is a huge difference. And like I said, our total number as a standalone number of BJP is still ahead than the number of India Alliance, 20-party India Alliance put together. So the mandate is very clearly for a BJP-led NDA government.
Mandate.
I don't think anybody should have any doubt over that.
Tuhin, no, there is a doubt over that. This is not a thumping majority win and stamp of approval on the BJP. Tuhin, could you get me? Okay, I think we're facing some trouble. Okay, Abhijit, I want to ask you, what is your sense? Do you think this could be trouble as far as government formation is concerned? As it stands, 290 NDA, 235 for the India Alliance. Could some of their partners desert them, switch sides, maybe, maybe act up a little bit and things like that?
See, first of all, this is a tectonic change in Indian polity. We will most probably be seeing Narendra Modi in a coalition. That
an
itself is big.
Where they're not in majority.
In terms of vote share, BJP has actually, improved its vote share by about a percent or slightly more. Congress has improved its vote share by almost 4.5% from a smaller base, of course. But Congress's alliance partners have actually performed spectacularly. That is something that, one has to see. I mean, if you look at TMC, if you look at Samajwadi Party, if you look at DMK.
They are the stars of it. But on West Bengal, since you follow West Bengal very closely, your takeaway of why this has happened, because everybody was, very buoyant about the BJP doing very well. Also, what does this mean as far as state politics is concerned? Will Mamata Banerjee get the hint from this election that, it's better for me to be solo?
No, Mamata anyway has been going solo in the state. But the thing is, in West Bengal, there are so many factors. One still wonders whether the BJP actually understands West Bengal well. First of all, even now, much of its campaigning is Hindi-led, which BJP has to sort of look at. Women vote. Mamata, all said and done, Sandeshkhali, it seems that the women of Bengal have, chosen to sort of not vote for, against the horrors of Sandeshkhali, but for Lakshmi Bhandar, which is, 500 rupees, 1,000 rupees a month. So that is also a big winner for Mamata Banerjee.
But what explains this kind of a decline from 18 seats in 2019 to I think 11, if I'm not wrong, in 2024, given the host of issues that the BJP has rigged and also keeping in mind their vote share in 2019?
See, again, BJP has been making this whole thing of mistake of getting people from TMC. BJP has to have a hard look at the state leadership. Getting somebody to lead the party who is actually tainted in some of the scams that TMC is accused of, that itself is a problem. Mamata still, commands a lot more, popular appeal and respect on the ground than the BJP leadership. If I'm right, even the BJP state unit president is trailing. Shukanta Majumdar is trailing. So, one has to understand that Mamata starts anyway at 30% votes, which is the minority vote. So, in, the demography itself.
So, you know, we've got numbers which are about 31 for the TMC, about 10. So they've lost about 8 from last time around. But do you get a sense that the entire vote share got consolidated behind the TMC? Abhijit, their vote share is 46%. I'm going by the Election Commission website right now.
Right.
46%, BJP at 38%.
Right.
But you look at the CPI, CPM is about 6%. And INC is about 4.5%.
Yeah.
So, of course,
I
their
think the
vote
left share has been more or less the same.
Their vote share had collapsed in the state elections.
But there is one more very important factor, Shivani, which is the fear factor in the West Bengal voter. You know, what happened before and after 2021 assembly elections was there for everybody to see the kind of absolutely brutal, violent retribution.
But wasn't it better this time around in West Bengal?
No, it was better, but you know, just look at Bashirat, you know, the constituency under which Sandeshkhali falls. Who does Mamata go ahead and field from there? Haji Nurul Islam, who was at the forefront of the Diganga riots. So the voters there will,
they have to live there.
They will have to live there.
So you're saying they're worried about the retribution.
Exactly, they have got no confidence that the party or the center will do something to actually save their lives, dignity.
You talked about Shakuntala Majumdar. I'm just looking at the Election Commission website right now, Christine, and he's kind of leading, but the lead is very slim. So this is going to be one of those tight results from West Bengal, but he was trailing for quite some time from Balurghat as well.
Okay. Now, Tuhin, interestingly, since we're talking about the BJP and its strategy in West Bengal, there's a lot that BJP also has to think about, and isn't it? 2024 Lok Sabha elections in Bengal for the Bharatiya Janata Party was supposed to be another turning point after 2019, and clearly that's not happened.
Well, clearly the results today are, very disappointing. But I would say there is more to it than meets the eye. You know, in the final phase of elections on last Saturday, which took place in the urban constituencies around Kolkata, you have seen the kind of violence that was unleashed by TMC cadre. You know, there is a lot of violence which gets unleashed in the rural areas, much of which does not even get reported. So the kind of fear psychosis that our workers have been living in for a very long time, I think that also had a role to play. Having said that, like I said, the BJP is a party that works 24/7. So by evening, once we have all the data with us, a comprehensive introspection on what went wrong would take place. But clearly, we were expecting 20 plus seats. The organization has been consistently growing, and Mamata Banerjee's two very indicting experiences with the High Court in the last 1 month. One where her involvement with the teacher scam was called out, and second, the OBC theft, reservation theft, which the Kolkata, the TMC government had been carrying out since 2011. We had clearly anticipated that those would have an impact on the elections. Why they did not have the impact that they were supposed to have is something we will, kind of figure out in the days to come.
Okay, so anticipating that there is a strategy that the Congress has in place, that the INDA bloc has in place, Matthew, even the fact that Mamata Banerjee has emerged a formidable force in West Bengal once again, she's proven the BJP wrong, isn't that going to be a little bit of a challenge to the rest of the INDA, given that she's come out to say, no, I'm not going to fight with the Congress party in West Bengal. She's also come out to make it very clear that she's going to extend outside support to the INDA alliance if it comes to power. This, if the INDA has a strategy in place, given the numbers that are coming up right now.
See, we have always maintained that we have an inclusive mindset by spirits as well as in practice. Not like the BJP, which says, inclusiveness, and then they practice just the opposite of that. So we have maintained all across from the beginning till the time now that TMC is very much as a part of us in terms of the alliance. We will be talking to them. The alliance partners will be talking to them. And as I said, that it is Congress which has got the best expertise in managing diverse coalition partners. When Shivani earlier spoke about Congress alliance partners moving out of Congress, these guys have moved out before, and they have come back also. So there are certain people who likes to jump. as well as, the political opportunities shapes up, for them. We can't do much about it, but Congress has been pretty good in managing the coalition partners with mutual respect rather than pressurizing them with ED, CBI and all other things like that. So
I think
we
you're
will
referring
see
to
how
Nitish
exactly
Kumar.
this will...
Are you expecting him to jump again?
Yeah, so we will see how exactly things will unfold, and we have shown, Congress has shown in the India Alliance formation about sacrificing a number of seats where we could have contested by ourselves, whereas we accepted including parties like AAP where we have significant differences with, in order to have a common goal of getting the polarization, the party which is polarizing this country, as well as
that will give you. I think that
rule which BJP was trying to.
I think that you have a point in. The Congress did do. It may have been painstaking. It may have been prolonged, but eventually the seat sharing did happen. In Maharashtra also, it was a painful process. But eventually it did happen, and the Congress, which had the tendency or was criticized of being the big brother, eventually did let a lot of its alliance partners have the share that they wanted, and they've reaped rewards for the India alliance.
But Shivani, again, players like Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, for example, are going to continue spelling some sort of trouble for this alliance. So all may be well when it comes to Mallikarjun Kharge and Mamata Banerjee for that matter, but not when it comes to Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary.
Actually, interesting you mention Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. I should look at what he's doing as far as his constituency is concerned.
Should be comfortable
he's,
for him.
No, he's trailing.
I would like to
he's
add
trailing.
one point
He's
to
been
that,
trailing
where
for most of the morning and most of the afternoon. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has been trailing. Yusuf Pathan, Behrampur, TMC leading, and the complaint that Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary would have is that nobody supported me.
So that's
nobody from the Congress party
came.
Nobody from the Congress party came and campaigned for me. But anyways, we'll talk about those granular things in just a bit. Matthew, I'll give you 10-20 seconds to finish. I want to go across to our Samajwadi party representative again.
Yeah, I am saying, that with respect to the coalition dharma, we have the things to pride, that we respect our coalition partners rather than backstabbing and splitting them, just like how they did in Maharashtra. They split the two regional parties, which has its origin from Maharashtra, and the results are proving it right for them in terms of how the people.
Okay. Okay.
You missed me? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. No, we got you. We heard you fully. And Ram Pratap Singh, I want to give you the final, or at least before we slip into a break, I want to give you another word in. Just give me a sense of where does the Samajwadi party see itself as far as national politics is concerned. You've got a bumper crop of almost 30 plus MPs now going into the next parliament. What role do you see for yourself nationally and particularly as far as the India Alliance is concerned?
Thank you. So at Samajwadi Party, we would definitely be playing a very constructive role in the India Alliance. And if the India Alliance does get an opportunity to form the government, then of course we would have a very positive role in policy making and seeing that, because we have come back with this mandate because the people of Uttar Pradesh want change. People of Uttar Pradesh want jobs. People of Uttar Pradesh want liberation from divisive politics. So we have to stand up to all that, and we will continue to do so as we go along with the India Alliance.
Okay. I request all of you to stay with us. We're going to slip into a very short break. Remember, more and more of the seats are getting declared. We'll also try and get you a sense of where some of the VVIP or VIP seats, or whichever way you want to say, the hot seats are swaying. So stay with us. We'll be back in just a bit.
The food was yum.
अभी तो सर्विसिंग कराई थी, पेट्रोल भी फुल है यार, ये फिर से प्रॉब्लम.
And the Samajwadi party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal plus pockets of the border area with Bangladesh. As we get into 2024 leads, this is now majorly TMC, the green. Yes, BJP has retained some, not all in Northern Bengal. They've lost what they won in Western Bengal. Couple of seats in that border area, Matua community, they have managed to retain, I think, but not all. So these are the areas where they're losing predominantly. Rajasthan, they've lost 10 seats as it stands. In Rajasthan alone, it was supposed to be tricky for them, but nobody saw this coming. And look at Haryana. Haryana is even Stevens at 5 all. Loss of 5 seats for the BJP. So this is the kind of area where they have lost predominantly. Of course, there are areas where they have also gained. And I'm going to come to those areas in just a bit. Let me quickly show you Bihar as well. Because Bihar is where the NDA had done well. They had swept 39 of the 40 seats, minus 6 this time around. I've got my colleague. We've got some breaking updates now coming in. NCP Sharad Pawar sources are telling us that Sharad Pawar, the patriarch of the NCP, and of course the Chanakya on the other side of the political divide, he has dialed Nitish Kumar. That is what we're getting to know. He has dialed Nitish Kumar, has spoken to him. You know, this is where Sharad Pawar is going to come in very handy for the India alliance. He is known to be able to manage pushes and pulls that maybe not many can manage, and given the numbers that have come in as far as the NCP and the India alliance is concerned, certainly this is going to give them fillip. But JDU plus TDP, both sources have told us that they are not going anywhere. These are the NDA alliance that are going to be targeted. Both were estranged at one point of time, but they are not estranged anymore. Let's get you the big takeaways as far as the general elections 2024 are concerned. The big takeaways as the numbers stand this afternoon. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to need allies for his third term. As it stands, the BJP is not clear majority and they will need to take their allies along. Of course, the BJP says we've always done that, but the criticism against them is that they haven't. Anti-incumbency clearly hurting the ruling BJP. Their allies have done okay. They've not really pulled down the BJP as was the suspicion. It's the BJP that has lost its share as well. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for them. We showed you on the magic wall how the numbers have come down for them, but nobody really saw as bad a situation in Uttar Pradesh. Some tight seats still remain, but certainly a big setback for them. They wanted to improve from 2019. They've lost a major chunk in Uttar Pradesh. BJP's losses are also coming from Dalit strong constituencies. They've lost a chunk of the Dalit vote share. Is that because of the reservation, caste census narrative of the opposition mounted by Rahul Gandhi is the big question. Big boost for the India alliance, of course, at the number that is crossing 200. They have surpassed even their best friends, expectations. Congress has doubled its seat share. Congress alone is crossing a 3-figure mark, which is a big gain for them. Again, not many saw this coming. Akhilesh has emerged as the alliance's superstar. We showed you the UP scenario. He is really the one that has propelled both the alliance's fight in Uttar Pradesh, which is the key state leading to Delhi, and of course overall in the India alliance numbers by about 30 plus. Mamata Banerjee, still Bengal's lady number 1, leading lady, and she has held on despite the fact that virtually everyone felt that the BJP will either hold on or improve from their 2019 number. The Jod Tod in Maharashtra seems to have boomeranged. The Prime Minister himself had talked about the sympathy factor, but it seems the sympathy factor has gone to the other side. Now, jobs, rural distress have been talked about. The expectation was that they're not going to hurt the BJP as much, but it has hurt as far as the verdict is concerned. And Odisha, we will talk a little bit about the state results in Odisha and Andhra Pradesh too. But Odisha win for the BJP, displacing the BJD and emerging as the single largest party in majority is the only solace really for them today. This is soothing their heartland slum. Dinesh Gundu Rao, Minister of Health and Family Affairs, Karnataka government is joining us. Dinesh Gundu Rao.
Wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request. Over the next hour, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
Even in Karnataka, we were expecting a little bit more seats. And I think, the number of seats that we've got in some other states has been a little bit, I think we've fallen short. So I would not say that this is met our expectations, but I think this election has been,
Contention was that BSP gained because of SP, not so much the SP because of BSP, and that gains have come back to the Samajwadi party. But look at these regions everywhere, Western Uttar Pradesh, Southern Uttar Pradesh, Eastern Uttar Pradesh, majorly the BJP has gained. This is a loss. This is a gain of 37 for the India Alliance, and the Samajwadi party is turning out to be the star for them. It's going to be a big party in the parliament. And of course, minus 28 for the NDA. Nobody really saw this coming. The other big is, let me show you Karnataka. Karnataka, 8-seat loss for the NDA. It's not as good as pollsters said it would be for the BJP. They've managed to lead on 18. Most of these results have also come out. But the trend tells you the Congress has gained. Maybe not so surprising because the Congress won the recent state elections there. Let's also look at West Bengal. Now look at West Bengal. West Bengal, a loss of 7 seats for the BJP. They were hoping to increase from the 18 last time around, but actually they've gone down from the 18 last time around. Again, I want to do the same thing. Visualize the map from 2019 to 2018. 2019, BJP swept Upper Bengal and Western Bengal.
Counting is still going on.
Okay, so it's looking good for the BJP. Anand, we just have information for 3 seats. From
are you getting details anywhere where the EVM countings have also begun? When can we expect round 1 data that is to be consolidated across?
Not yet, but it's just about to begin. I've just gone to all the states and just waiting, just a few minutes
just
now.
Waiting. So round 1 data.
Just going to start then.
Just want to run you through the Bengal numbers. Bengal numbers are coming in thick and fast. In Purulia, the BJP candidate Jyotirmay Singh Mato is leading. Neighbouring constituency of Bankura, the TMC candidate Arup Chakrabarti has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes. I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of 2 alliances, the India Alliance versus the NDA Alliance, and the NDA Alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture, and I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, Yeah. Just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that...
Welcome everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. So the BJP is close to the 300 mark as we speak. 3 p.m. on June 4, the big verdict day. And what a tumultuous Tuesday it has turned out to be, if I can say so. Both sides are still a little bit cagey and nervous. They're waiting for the numbers to settle down. Maybe this is because there are close fights still as far as some of the big states are concerned. States like Uttar Pradesh. We will of course do a deep dive as far as that is concerned, but Uttar Pradesh, you've got Bihar, you've got Karnataka, you've got some of these other states where the BJP has kind of lost. Rajasthan, Haryana, so their tally has come down to half in Haryana, for example. So there are those states that we outlined earlier, a short while ago, where they've not done so well. I just want to focus on South India now, because a lot of the gains for the NDA, if not BJP directly, have come from South. So this is the South region. The India alliance is 77 overall, plus 12 from last time around. The NDA is 50, but this is also plus 17 for them. So they wouldn't be unhappy as far as this performance is concerned. The only caveat here is that the NDA numbers are actually going to be a lot of their new alliances. For example, TDP, new alliance 16, JDS, new alliance 2. And this is the Janasena party 2. So, you know, this is a game of the alliances they have built as well. Let's look at the overall numbers. So, you've got Karnataka, I showcased earlier. You've got Congress, kind of coming back in many seats, about 8 out of the 28. Let's look a little bit state-wise. So, let me begin with Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, not a surprise. The India alliance, this is of course the DMK plus the Congress and others. They are sweeping the Tamil Nadu landscape. From out of the 38, DMK alone is 22, down 2 though from last time. Congress is 8, retaining, CPI, CPM retaining, IUML is retaining, and so has VCK, I think. But you look at the fact that ADMK is the only one that has managed to open their account, and this is the one from Tirupur, where K. Subbanarayan of the CPI has taken a lead. Let me see which one is the AIADMK seat, and you've got Nagatipattam also, okay. So this is what it is looking like. No real leads for the NDA right now. We will try and of course get you the vote shares as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned, but that in just a bit. Let's look at Kerala. Kerala was the other breakthrough state where they were looking to actually kind of get into Kerala politics. You've got Thrissur, where Suresh Gopi has been leading consistently. This is the one that they were most confident about, but I see one more. This is for the LDF, I think. So the LDF has come back. LDF has retained 2, the UDF is -1 only because the NDA is leading in Thrissur. So not much changes for them as far as this is concerned. And let's also look very quickly at Andhra and Telangana. Now these are the catchment areas for the BJP. So this is where the NDA is now in lead. Andhra Pradesh, 22 for the alliance, 19 plus. YSRCP has become almost crashed completely, -19, and this of course majorly will be the TDP as far as the state is concerned. 16, 4, 2, 4 for the BJP is actually not bad. They've not opened their account last time around, so they've done well as far as this state is concerned. And very quickly, I want to quickly go across to Telangana, because this is the other big area where they were wanting to gain from last time. They were hoping to double from last time. So from 4, they were wanting to go to 8. They're +3 right now. Congress is at 9. Congress wanted 9 because if you convert their performance from last time around in the state of Telangana, in the state elections, the assembly extrapolation for the Lok Sabha was 9 Lok Sabha seats. All right. So these are the numbers that are coming in as far as this is concerned. CN Ashwath Narayan, BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister, Karnataka, is joining us. Neeti Jain of the BJP, Lavanya Balal of the Congress Party also with us. Let's talk about Karnataka. Karnataka, there is a dip for the BJP. Some saw it coming, but maybe not as much as this. Ashwath Narayan, are you disappointed from the results from Karnataka? Because this was a prestige issue for the BJP to be able to deliver to that 400 par target, and a lot hinged on Karnataka too.
Karnataka, let me make it very clear, the performance in the state of Karnataka, the NDA performance, the BJP performance is extremely good. Probably the Congress, what they were targeting, what they were expecting, they have not got up to their expectation. In Karnataka, the people of Karnataka have rejected Congress in the state of Karnataka, and their performance is very poor, and we have got extremely good numbers. We are having more than 20 numbers in the state of Karnataka, and the performance is really good. If you compare now the party in power in the state of Karnataka is Congress, and being in power, having so much of guarantees, they did all whatever they could do. But with all their might and their hard efforts, they were not able to make it. Probably people again have blessed NDA and BJP with great numbers, and we are extremely happy with the performance in the state of Karnataka.
Okay, you're happy with the performance, but Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is the benchmark the 2019 Lok Sabha elections or the previous assembly elections for the Bharatiya Janata Party?
If you look at when the 2019, it was just alliance of Congress and JDS. This time they had a comfortable majority. They had almost 136. You look at the numbers what Congress was claiming in the state of Karnataka. If you look at that numbers, probably we have done much more better than expected levels. We are extremely happy. We could have done much more better. It's not that we are extremely happy with the performance, but we are happy. But we could have done better. Our target was 28.
That's not reflecting in the numbers so far. But if you compare
the last election and this election just recently they got a huge majority, which we have not seen in the past 36 years. The numbers what Congress party got in the state of Karnataka, it's a very big majority, very big numbers. Probably which they are also Congress very proud of it. If you look at now, the numbers has gone slided like anything. It's a big slap on the Congress government in the state of Karnataka. They were depending on the guarantees. They were not talking about the national agenda. They were not talking about the national leadership. They were not talking about the governance. They were just talking about the caste-based politics, negative politics. It is only guarantee. It was something not in a positive way what Congress campaigned in the state of Karnataka. It was only negative campaigning. People have rejected Congress and it has been shown their place.
We'll talk about Karnataka more. I do thank CN Ashwath Narayan for joining us. They are still confident that these numbers are actually looking good for the BJP. In the larger context, yes, the numbers look good because this is the state where they've actually managed to still hold on a little bit pristine than some of the other states where they've been reduced. TKS Ilangovan, DMK spokesperson, is also joining us. I want to go across to him for the big Tamil Nadu picture. The Tamil Nadu picture is virtually what the exit polls had shown. There was a possibility the BJP could break through with maybe one seat win, but it was always pegged as difficult. Mr. Ilangovan, your first thoughts on the verdict that is coming in from Tamil Nadu?
No, we don't expect BJP to gain even a single seat because BJP is not a party which the people of Tamil Nadu will prefer. And ideologically we are different, so the people of Tamil Nadu will not vote for BJP, but they are in alliance with some old parties in the state like PMK. Maybe with that support they might have gained a little vote, but I don't think they will have a single seat in the state.
Well, seat-wise, they're not looking very well. But, sir, if I may, ask you about the vote share itself that you were talking about. The vote share for the DMK was 53% last time around, right? At least I'm going by the Election Commission website right now. The DMK vote share seems to have come down, sir.
Okay. That is because BJP and allied with some of the parties in the state. They have, and the leadership, the weak leadership of ADMK, which had made people to vote for BJP. Otherwise, BJP has no role to play here. And DMK's vote share might have gone down, but we have won all the seats this time. That is a gain for us, because even last time we had lost one seat, but this time we had won all the seats. And the people have rejected BJP totally.
So you don't want to read too much into the vote share, the decline in the vote share for the DMK. Let's take in a word from the BJP as well, Neeti. What do you make of the BJP's performance in Tamil Nadu? The BJP was hoping for maximum gains, a lot of gains in Tamil Nadu. In fact, throughout the campaigning, we also saw the Prime Minister speak about Tamil Nadu pride, so on and so forth. His campaigning also came to an end when he meditated in Kanyakumari at the Vivekananda Rock Memorial. So a lot of inferences were made throughout to Tamil Nadu, Tamil pride, and focus of the BJP was on the southern part of the country as well. That seems to have not materialized really for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
For Prime Minister Modi, I think the Southern Connect has always been there, and he's done his bit for the southern states, and he has spoken about all of those things. Like you said, we have increased our vote share in this state, and it is going to be a gradual process. I don't know how much of the counting has been done. Are you calling the Tamil Nadu election entirely? But again, the point is, if we have increased our vote share, so you cannot completely reject the BJP that we have made inroads in the state. Whether it turns into a seat or it doesn't is a secondary matter. I think if we have the vote share, I think the next time maybe we can look at more seats in Tamil Nadu.
No, actually the vote share increase, Mr. Ilangovar, I just want to press you a little bit more. You can't just dismiss it as the BJP coming together with some alliance partners like the PMK and others, because actually this is the first time where they are leading from the front in Tamil Nadu, and their partnership with the AIA-DMK broke. Last time around, the BJP as a party got 3.62% of the vote share. They had one seat in 2014, they lost that seat in 2019. Today, the BJP's vote share, I'm going by the Election Commission numbers as they stand last, is 10%, 10.5%. So that's an increase of 7%. You can't dismiss it as just alliances.
No, I am not dismissing it. That is because, you see, when the people who doesn't want to vote for DMK, they had not preferred ADMK because of the weak leadership of ADMK. Mr. Palanichami is not a good leader or a great leader. So people thought instead of voting for ADMK, we can vote for BJP. And because of the other alliances, they had strong some parties, particularly casteist parties are together. They were with BJP. Maybe that might have helped them in getting more votes, that's all.
No, so again, I just want to say, just because, of course, this number could change, the situation could change a little bit. But actually, if you look at the AIA-DMK vote share from last time around and this time around, as it stands on the Election Commission website, it's actually even Stevens. So it's not like the AIA-DMK has lost its vote share. Clearly, the BJP has one vote share. Where has that come from? Right now, it looks like it has come from the DMK's kitty. I request our guests to stay with us. Let's also get you a quick check of the big takeaways of the results so far. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, possibly for the very first time, has to rely on allies for the third term because the BJP has failed to touch 272 on its own. Anti-incumbency hurting the ruling BJP because their numbers, their tally is also down. Big Uttar Pradesh fall for the BJP, and this is going to be something that they look for, something face-saving here, but it hasn't come so far. Even some of their big names have lost from Uttar Pradesh. BJP losing a chunk of the Dalit vote share, and this is where a majority of their loss could have come from, particularly as far as the Hindi heartland is concerned, because the opposition did run the narrative of caste survey, of OBC reservations and more. Big boost for the India Alliance, no prizes for guessing. A number of in excess of 200 is extremely good performance from them. Congress has doubled its seat share, well, roughly doubled. They were 52 last time. They're just short of the 100 mark as we speak, but they could gain a few seats. Akhilesh Yadav has emerged as the alliance's superstar because he's really turned it around for the alliance in Uttar Pradesh. It is by far the best performance of any of the alliance partners. Mamata Banerjee, you can understand. DMK, of course, you can understand. But not many gave Samajwadi Party the chance of doing as well as it has. It's actually leading the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. Mamata Banerjee, though, still continues to be Bengal's leading lady. Disappointment for the BJP here. They were thinking of improving from 18 last time. Their numbers have come down. Jor Tor ki Rajniti not working in Maharashtra, at least that's what the numbers suggest. Whether it was just the sympathy factor or other things as well that went into the Mahavikas Aghadi's favor, we'll have to wait and see. Jobs, rural distress surely have impacted the verdict. We will try to break down the rural versus urban vote pattern for you in just a bit. And Odisha win, where the BJP has turned out to be the single largest party and is winning the assembly elections. This is the one that is, of course, turning out to be the big gain for the BJP. Lavanya Balal, Congress spokesperson, also with us. Lavanya, of course, you come from Karnataka. How happy are you with the Karnataka numbers? But I also want you to talk about the pan-India numbers. What does 232, where the India Alliance stands right now, mean for you?
It's a very good number for us. Everybody wrote us off. They said India Alliance is not going to get any numbers. The BJP said it is going to be charged so far. They mocked the Congress saying we are going to be wiped out. And all of that happened. So much of setbacks for us. There were cases against us. The India Alliance leaders were arrested. Our bank accounts were frozen. And it's a huge chunk of the media was very, very hostile towards the India Alliance, especially to the Congress. And all of this, we have come back. We have come back. And, the counting is still not over. And in a lot of seats, the gap between the BJP and the India Alliance partner candidates is less than 10,000. So that can swing at any time for the India Alliance candidates. I hope it happens. It's a good number. We are very happy. Karnataka, we have increased our tally from last time. If you look at it, in 2019, we just won one single seat in Karnataka.
Okay, but
Lavanya,
it's still short of the 290 plus that the Congress was very confident of. So where did the Congress really calculate the 290 plus for the INDI bloc? That's still a question that needs to be asked. But nonetheless, we keep up with these visuals coming in of JP Nadda. I believe he's reached Amit Shah's residence. So Amit Shah, I beg your pardon, the Home Minister reaching BJP National President's residence. Now, a lot of hectic meetings are going to be witnessed in the next few hours. Given these numbers, it's the big verdict day and a lot of calculations that everybody is going to go at. So right now, as we speak, a meeting is going to shortly take place between JP Nadda and Home Minister Amit Shah. Shivani, very interesting what the BJP strategizes next. The BJP, how it's going to put to use these numbers. Given these numbers, the BJP is in a comfortable position to form the next government, but the allies are going to play a big, big role. Perhaps nobody saw this coming this way. Shivani.
No, absolutely. I think there's going to be some thinking that the BJP will have to do. Amit Shah, of course, is known as the Chanakya of the BJP or of Indian politics on the centre right side. He's going to be pitted against maybe somebody like Sharad Pawar right now, Christine, who's the Chanakya or the person who can swing a few things for the India Alliance on the other side, and both of them will pit their heads. Neeti, can I bring you in here? There must be a little bit of deflation from 400 par. Even if 400 par was a psychological psyops that was played on the opposition, you were surely hoping to better the 303 from last time around for the BJP alone. Right now, the NDA is falling short of that. Certainly, this means a bit of a humble pie for the BJP. That's how the opposition will see it.
Shivani, the point is, I don't understand what the opposition is being so jubilant about. We are the party that is the single largest party right now. We are forming the government as NDA. So I honestly don't understand. मतलब आप हमको बोल रहे हो that distinction नहीं आया इसलिए आप कटघरे में खड़े हो. लेकिन the opposition is happy just because they failed with a lesser margin.
No.
So that seems
You've
very
not passed,
inappropriate.
No.
The other part is
Niti, you've not passed. No, distinction
to
दूसरी
we are
बात है.
forming the government, Shivani.
Okay, you may be confident the NDA is forming the government, but you are only about 13 seats ahead of the majority mark as the NDA. The BJP hasn't touched the majority mark. Surely you wanted that.
It all comes down to the 272 number, Niti.
No, of course we wanted that, but again, like Lavanya also said, that the margin in most of the seats right now is 500,000, 5,000, and that can swing in our favor as well. So let's not call this election right now. Let's just wait for it to be called, and then we'll decide what is to be done. But as things are right now, we are the largest party, and we are forming the government as NDA as per the current numbers that reflect it.
One can sense nervousness, Niti, and let's not deny it. Given just going by the optics, if a Sharad Pawar, for example, is dialing Nitish Kumar, the Home Minister Amit Shah is also dialing, TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu. That's what we've learned as per sources. So there is a little bit of tension on the ground, and that can be sensed. It can be seen clearly by one and all. I think Lavanya wanted to come in.
They will be called.
Yes, when I said there is a lead of 5,000 to 10,000, I made it very clear that the lead is maintained right now by the BJP or the NDA candidate. So I meant to say that lead can swing anyways. It can swing towards the India Alliance partner as well. So it need not be, it is not end of the counting. We still have a couple of hours to go, and the numbers can change anyways. And BJP is, yes, it is.
But if Lavanya, as per you, the BJP is being too ambitious in thinking about the 272 mark, then so is the INDI bloc. You're at 232, and the whole of INDI, not just the Congress.
People can mock us. They have mocked us multiple times. People still mock us and say, oh, you people are very happy with losing the election. Let me make it very clear. Nobody gave us a winning chance. Everybody wrote us off. Everybody, a huge section of the media and the BJP wrote us off. But here we are. The India Alliance is here.
Okay.
And we have shown that you're not invincible. Your 400 par is shattered. Where is 400 par?
Okay.
And you claimed
Lavanya,
that, Bengal is going to be ours. Bengal is going to be ours. Where is Bengal?
No, but
Where
that is done from all sides.
Bengal? Where is Maharashtra?
Let's be fair. That's done from all sides. Every side plays on the front foot and suggests that they are going to win or sweep an alliance. Let's not forget that you came up with a number of 295 just 2 days ago. But Mr. Ilangovan, I want to ask you, is there a need for the opposition to be tempered about these numbers? As I see them, the India Alliance, which is an alliance that did not exist in 2019, is up by 100 seats. But this includes parties like the TMC and others which were not part of the alliance last time around, right? As far as, let's say, the Congress-led front is concerned, there was a separate third front. The NDA is down by 55 seats, 56 seats, right? So if this is the third time mandate for an NDA and for a Narendra Modi-led government, which is only 50 down from last time, is that reason for you to rejoice, or is that reason for you to also say, listen, this was the third term that we were fighting against him, and yet the BJP has managed to sneak in a victory?
No, it is a caution. This is a warning by the people to Modi, the BJP government, that they should not do anything on their own. Of course, last time with the 39% of vote share, they had got 305 seats on their own. This time only they could not even muster the majority without the alliance partners, NDA partners. That shows that the people had given a warning to BJP, and BJP should understand that warning and act accordingly.
Once the dust settles, Mr. Ilangovan, now that the INDI is feeling relatively better about its 2019 performance, once the dust settles, let's not forget that there are internal rivalries that the INDI has also been battling. For example, you have, all the parties united at the national front, but there are regional differences that have been seen all throughout campaigning. We've seen, in fact, on several seats, there are candidates from different INDI parties who've been fielded, right? So those kind of differences are also going to be a challenge in the near future, however strong that the INDI might try to project itself today.
I don't know, one thing, when you rely on the state parties like the TDP, then you cannot enter into the state rights and do what you did, like taking away, introducing GST and other things. They have to consult with this majority and with the support of Telugu Desam and other parties, state regional parties. He has to, the BJP has to go according to the wishes of the state leaders, because there is no national party in alliance with the BJP. So he cannot independently think and do things like what they had done earlier. Now they must be careful. And if at all they go against the wishes of the state party, the government will fall.
Niti, that's the real danger for you. This is unfamiliar territory, at least in the last 20 years. Of course, Atal Bihari Vajpayee had to lead a coalition government, as it is said. UPA 1 and UPA 2 ran. First of all, one of the big headlines from this verdict is that many felt that coalition era is gone, but it seems the coalition era can still survive if you mount a decent challenge. That aside, this is the challenge for the BJP. You've been criticized heavily for not giving your alliance partners the respect or the breathing space. Now you'll have to.
No, I honestly don't agree with that, Shivani. Whatever policies, whatever decisions were taken were all discussed in the parliament. If the opposition doesn't want to sit in the parliament, that is not our fault. So all of the decisions were taken as per the due process that is required in the country to be taken. So to just say that all of that has not happened, and the alliance has been with us. So like you said, we were in majority and yet we had our alliance. The NDA alliance has always existed. So I don't agree with what you're saying, and going forward also I think we want to take everybody along. All the decisions that are taken will go to the parliament and they will be discussed like they were discussed for the past 10 years as well.
You know, Niti, the fact is also that parties like the TDP and the JDU have snapped ties with the Bharatiya Janata Party. They were not part of the NDA, and this after 2019. So a lot of shift took place essentially after BJP emerged victorious in the manner in which it did in 2019. The BJP, of course, tried to put its act together again after the formation of the INDI bloc. So now, post INDI's formation, we've seen BJP aggressively reach out to its former allies, to the new allies, and now come up with the NDA that we see today. So all has not been well really as far as the NDA allies are concerned, and those allies have contributed a major chunk if we go by the leads today.
No, so we have always said that there were differences between the allies on policy matters. There were some policies where one ally did not agree and they decided to move away. But the point is that BJP has always taken decisions in the favor of the country which have worked for the people.
Just hold on. We're getting Shashi Tharoor speaking, the Congress candidate from Thiruvananthapuram. Let's just cut in what he's saying.
No, I would say that the BJP focused very, very hard on Thiruvananthapuram as also on Thrissur. And in some ways, Suresh Gopi's margin in Thrissur is a measure of the scale of their defeat in Thiruvananthapuram, because they put the same amount of effort, serious focus, national campaigners coming, national headquarters coming, serious expenditure, a lot of hard work. And they really put up an enormous fight. I think one very important message of Suresh Gopi in Thrissur was his systematic outreach to minority communities. It's a very strong message to the BJP that a communal campaign will not go very far in Kerala. As far as Thiruvananthapuram is concerned, I think a strong appeal that Rajiv Chandrasekhar had was basically, I'm a minister. If you vote for me, you'll have a minister in government who can do more for you than a fellow in the opposition. I think that brought him a certain number of votes, particularly in the city, from the educated people, the elites, the government servants and so on. They must have been attracted by that message, and it's something that we really did encounter in our campaign. But otherwise, I would say that that it was a good election. I'm sorry about some of the unfortunate language, invective and accusations and allegations that were unnecessarily flung around. I hope that now that the election is over, we can put that behind us and treat each other with the kind of respect, the mutual respect that is essential in a democracy. Look, I think we have to wait and see the final results. I've been focused on Thiruvananthapuram and I haven't had the time to look at the rest. But you may remember when I came back here from Delhi after my campaigning all over the country, I said that I don't believe the exit polls because it's not what I've seen on the ground. And what I've seen on the ground, very frankly, I think is much closer to the results we are seeing today. And that's why I do feel that people like me who stuck our neck out and said this are feeling quite vindicated. Thank you very much.
Well, Trivandrum is that one big result, Christine, we are all waiting for. I did cover this seat pretty extensively. So can I just give you the numbers as far as the Election Commission website is concerned? Shashi Tharoor was trailing for a fair bit by anywhere between 11 to 16k votes. Now he's in the lead by about 15,800 votes. But it was pegged to be a very close contest and it has turned out to be a very close contest, which is why Mr. Tharoor is not, of course, very, very confident of which way this will go. He's asking for a little bit of patience to see exactly how long it takes. Suresh Gopi is the other man he mentioned. That's, of course, the BJP's leading candidate from Thrissur, the one seat that they were very confident about. He is still leading by 75k. His lead is actually expanding, Christine. Unlike, in Trivandrum, it is going up and down and changing hands. But I think I remember from a couple of hours when I was in a live results hub as well, he had about, about 60k at that time. Now he's about 75k now. So clearly, it looks like this is that one seat the BJP will manage to wrest. Otherwise, as far as Karnataka is concerned, you've got a sweep virtually of the UDF again, along with the IUML, 14 plus 2. And you've got the LDF restricted to 2. And I think you've got the BJP leading in 1. So out of the 20 seats, this is what it is looking like. 14 plus 2, 16 for the UDF, CPIM, KEC, 1 plus 1, BJP 1, RSP 1. But, this is going to be an interesting state to watch out for.
Absolutely. And, the contest that you were just talking about, Shashi Tharoor versus Rajiv Chandrasekhar. Many have been speaking about this contest in the run-up to the big day. And as far as Mr. Tharoor is concerned, he was also one of the few, apart from Mallikarjun Kharge, to really predict the 295 for the INDI bloc. He, in fact, did really take strong objection to the observations made by the exit pollsters and said that, they've not been able to get in a sense of the pulse of the people on ground. So he's been one of those Congress leaders who were talking about the 295, Lavanya. But again, speaking of the 295, if it's too optimistic for the Bharatiya Janata Party, then it's even more optimistic for the Congress party. If the Congress is speaking for the entire INDI bloc, they're way short of the 295 mark that they'd projected.
Absolutely. I mean, we have not reached the magic number that we wanted, the 295 number. But, at this point of time, I have to reiterate, the Election Commission was quite we have raised objections about the Election Commission's way of functioning when it came to campaigning, when it came to divisive campaign by some of the leaders from the BJP, as we all know. So there were a lot of things that were a huge, challenge for the India Alliance, but we did manage a good job. And I think at this point of time, I would like to say the rural India has spoken, the agrarian community has spoken today, and that is what I think we all should be proud of. And BJP might continue to say, oh, we have listened to all our alliance partners for the 10 years. Absolutely not. Everybody knows the instances of BJP switching off the mics of opposition MPs in the parliament. And, the arrogance of the BJP in saying, hey, we have always listened to our partners, we will continue to do so, reeks of arrogance. But that's how BJP has always been functioning.
Okay, I want to give in some updates. The Congress party delegation is set to meet the Election Commission shortly. I wonder what it is on. I did see a tweet from Jairam Ramesh earlier where he said that counting is slow in certain pockets of Bihar and Uttar Pradesh. Rahul Gandhi and Mallikarjun Kharge are set to address the press conference. speak to the media at about 5:30 p.m. in the national capital. I also want to just ask our team to focus on the magic wall screen there if you can, because I opened the rural seats there. And the rural seats is what a couple of the Congress spokespersons have mentioned. Is it really so that the rural seats is the major swing? What do the numbers say? Out of the 338 rural seats, out of the 543 last time around, NDA won about 220 or 228. They're down to 188, so minus 40. The INDA alliance is at 140. They've doubled from the last time with plus 73. The others have lost, and I think this is going to include the likes of BJD, BSP. This is going to include the likes of YSRCP, all the non-aligned parties in this others category. Actually, that has also kind of changed the dynamics of the numbers we're looking at, because the India alliance as it stands today is very different than what it used to be in 2019. So is this the major chunk of what the BJP has lost? Well, if you look at the fact that they are stuck actually well below the 270 mark right now, they've lost in other places as well. But yes, you could argue that rural distress, quote unquote, has hurt them. Niti Jain, if you're still with me, you want to respond to that?
Shivani, like I said, I'm not going to go on a seat-wise analysis right now because I don't think any of these seats have been called. The margins are very low. And whatever you're asking, I think you'll have to give us some time to at least consolidate whatever has happened, come up with the reasons of it and everything. But right now, like I said, on the seat-wise analysis, I'm not going to call the election. UP and Bihar, the counting is still going on. Most of the places, I think the counting is still going on. And let that happen. And if whatever the reason is, I think at least I trust my party that if every time there is a loss and losses happen, we sit and we contemplate where did we go wrong, and we let you know what happens once it is done. But right now, the election has not been called, and we're still hopeful that the numbers will get better from where they are right now.
Okay, we'll get you some big numbers from Uttar Pradesh that are coming in, or the big upsets that are coming in. I do want to go across to former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithviraj Chavan, who's joining us. So thank you for your time and for speaking to CNN News 18. First up, your take on the national picture. I'll come to Maharashtra in just a bit, but the India alliance is doing way better than anybody thought they could do. What do you think has led to these results?
Well, I think third time around, there was a huge anti-incumbency against Mr. Modi personally. Our campaign focused on 5 failures of Modi government, and of course the Congress manifesto, one of the finest manifestos that is seen by the people in a long time. The 5 issues that we focused on were all people's issues: the unemployment, the inflation, the farmers' crisis, the corruption, overall corruption, the way governments were brought down in Maharashtra, and the corruption that was evident from the electoral bond verdict, and of course, finally, save the constitution call. These 5 issues, the failures of the Modi government, the fear that Modi government, if it gets the majority that it is asking for, then there is a threat to the constitution, there is a threat to the reservation policy. That is on one side. The other side, on the background of Rahul Gandhi's very successful Bharat Jodo Yatra, the 2 yatras, and outstanding manifesto, on the back of the Karnataka promise which we fulfilled, on the back of Telangana promise which we fulfilled, we gave promises to India through our manifesto, which are all implementable.
Okay.
And on these twofold, the failures to the Modi government on one side, and what we offered to the people if we came to power was our main election strategy.
Right, you're saying the manifesto has done the trick. Actually, this is a phenomenon that we should study a little bit more. If the Congress manifesto, as much as it was criticized, did the trick. But okay, let's talk about Maharashtra. Is this the sympathy factor that has worked for you in Maharashtra, as many are saying? Or is there more, Mr. Chavan?
No. Sympathy factor, of course, helped us. Primarily, the way government was brought down, the corrupt practices that were followed, the fact that whatever happened in Maharashtra in breaking Shiv Sena and breaking NCP, had direct blessings of Modi and Shah. And huge amount of money that was money, then threats of ED, CBI action, Samadama Dandabhed. The way this elected government was brought down, the elected parties were broken. That was not liked by the people. There was, of course, sympathy for Mr. Pawar and Mr. Uddhav Thackeray. But more than the Eknath Shinde breakup, where at least Eknath Shinde had fought with BJP earlier, the fact that Mr. Ajit Pawar's party was broken, he was taken in the party after Prime Minister personally accused him of a 70,000 crore corruption charge. And after that, you not only take him in the party, his people in the party, but make him a deputy CM.
Okay.
That was not liked by people in Maharashtra, and particularly even senior leadership of BJP in RSS.
Yeah, and it was more in recent memory. The recency factor also, I think, played in favor of the India alliance. But the MVA has done well, sir. What does this mean for the upcoming October elections, for the assembly elections? What does this mean for you in the Congress and the MVA at large?
Well, I think three-party combination is a very deadly combination, a very potent combination. This combination will reveal, will analyze where we went wrong. We took inordinately long time in finalizing seats. There was a dispute on 2-3 seats, which the results have shown that we were right in whatever we were asking for. I think if you look at that, I think there's no reason why we should not go into a three-party Mahavikas Aghadi alliance in the Assembly. And I think looking at the trends that we see now, we're sure to win the Vidhan Sabha election in October 2024.
All right, sir. I do thank you for your time. This is going to set the template, Prithviraj Chavan says, as far as the assembly elections are concerned. This is what I was talking about earlier. This has been a very painstaking effort to divide the seats in Maharashtra. It took inordinately long, but it eventually has turned out to be successful. I want to go across to Neeti very quickly on the Maharashtra numbers. Neeti, the BJP itself has lost quite a bit. It's not just the alliance partners. And the MVA is clearly setting forward now with a spring in its step. The MVA, I mean, as far as assembly elections are concerned, this must be nervous bells for you.
Shivani, of course, in Maharashtra, in a lot of places, we expected better numbers. But again, they have not been called. But I'm going to assume that if these numbers stay, we'll accept the mandate, whatever the people have given. We'll work on whatever went wrong. We have worked very sincerely for the past 10 years for the people, and that fact remains. What went wrong is going to be worked out. But again, let the elections be called, because the margins are very, very low wherever we are talking about.
Neeti, talking about Maharashtra itself, one of course is the aspect that Shivani spoke about, a sympathy wave that may have been created for the factions of Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray. That's one aspect of things. But what about the reservation? If Maratha consolidation is, in this case, perhaps worked for the NDA, then a reverse OBC consolidation should have worked for the NDA or the Mahayuti. Why has that not happened? If we were to just deep dive.
So, I think let's come to all of these issues once the election is called. I don't want to comment on this right now.
Okay. Do you want to comment on, let's say, a Rajasthan, for example, because it was a clean sweep in 2019, again, a little bit of loss for the NDA?
See, you have to understand, we were going to this election for the third time, and we, like I said, we are very confident about the work that we have done for the past 10 years. We were confident about the numbers that we were expecting. What has gone wrong is going to be worked out. We'll have to work it out. Again, whatever the mandate is, we'll have to accept it, and we'll accept it very humbly. But it does not take away from the work that the Modi government has done for the past 10 years, and we intend to do for the next 5 years as well.
Okay, so the takeaway from the Hindi heartland, Shivani, also becomes very interesting. Much focus has been, in the run-up to the elections, all through campaigning, that the Hindi heartland is safe. with the Bharatiya Janata Party, and the focus was on whether or not the BJP is able to make inroads in the southern part of the country, and that's happened to an extent if we just focus on the vote share, for example, in Tamil Nadu and elsewhere. Kerala, for example. Now, the opposition may want to downplay it, but the BJP hopes to gain in the assembly elections, subsequent assembly elections there. But what about the Hindi heartland picture? Do you think that's really changed for the Bharatiya Janata Party on unexpected lines?
Which assembly election you're saying the BJP hopes to gain?
For example, Tamil Nadu. The BJP was focused on Tamil Nadu in the Lok Sabha election to sort of look at it as a precursor for the assembly election.
Yeah, I mean, for the BJP, you know, it's a hungry party, it's an ambitious party. It never really says, okay, this is how it goes in Raebareli and Amethi. This is how it goes in Hyderabad. This is how it goes in Trivandrum. So there's no point putting our fight there. They will actually go to the bastions of the opponents and say, we are going to try and turn it around. So you have to give the party that much. Also, as far as the South is concerned, it's not so much about, you know, just looking at the next elections. Of course, the next elections are going to be the big playground, but this is also about the BJP wanting to always forever expand. They're not happy being a Hindi heartland party. They did so in the northeast, they're doing so in Odisha, they've done so in West Bengal in the past, although they've suffered a little bit of a decline, and naturally they would want to do it in South. And in South, they wanted the bragging rights that we would be bigger than the Congress individually. We'll look at those numbers again, but I just want to very quickly give you a sense of the Dalit seats. So as far as the data on our magic wall is concerned, because the Dalit factor has been talked about, the reservation factor has been talked about, the caste survey has been talked about. So that's not the magic wall I'm talking about. I've got this on my screen here. But the 160 Dalits, 20% or stronger seats. The INDIA has won 95, which is plus 55. From last time around. That's a massive swing.
Significant gain.
And NDA has won 59 of those, which is minus 38 from last time around. Others have also lost 17, and I again feel this is going to include the likes of the BSP that had won last time. I request our guests to stay with us. Christian and I have to slip into a very short break. We'll be right back with lots more.
Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
You know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 elections were just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu in no uncertain terms has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds. He still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago. So he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now because, like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. After the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves.
Many believe this is on the cusp of us writing our destiny as a nation, ladies and gentlemen. We are leading, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very, very much. हमने 3 लाख पार कर दिया. 3,42,000 live views right now.
400 par looks an impossible.
Sukhu for state and Modi for Delhi.
This is a definite grievance vote now, taking shape a little bit.
India alliance is gaining at the cost of the BJP, no doubt.
Whether for the BJP and the NDA the numbers are going up or not, but for us they are going up. Sarkar ne viewership hamari hai. We wanted you to take us past 4 lakhs. You said 4.51 is the viewership, and we are really streaming ahead of the competition. Here's my request: over the next hour, can we take us past 5 lakhs? We'll stop asking you after you take us past 5 lakh concurrent views.
knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats.
Yes.
So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those
and
three phases.
if we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation?
Good evening and welcome. You're watching our very special broadcast as CNN News 18 has been tracking the Indian election 2024, and wow, there have been so many surprises, twists and turns. I'm Avantika Singh.
And I'm Akanksha Swaroop, and bringing you all the latest trends that are right now emerging. Remember, the counting is still on and the results are still trickling in as we speak. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in right now. In fact, we're learning that the Grand Old Party has already approached the Election Commission in some breaking inputs that we are bringing to you right now, because the Congress is now complaining at the Election Commission that the counting is taking too much time. Remember, as we speak, the results are yet to be, in fact, declared officially by 4 p.m. is what we are learning. But the Congress has, in fact, approached the Election Commission only to complain about slow counting of votes. Let's also find out, in fact, who has approached the Election Commission from the Grand Old Party. Pallavi joins us with the details. Pallavi, what are you learning? Is Rahul Gandhi at the Election Commission's office, and why has counting been so slow so far?
So basically what we've been told, Abhishek Manu Singhvi as well as Salman Khurshid approaching the Election Commission, and the main ground that they are raising are twofold. One, that why is there so much of delay as far as official announcement of the electoral results on the Election Commission website is concerned. That's one. The second, if you start looking at the tweets which are coming in from Jairam Ramesh, what they are complaining about is that there are reports which are coming in. I'm quoting Jairam Ramesh, that there are reports which are coming in from many of the polling booths across the country that there is an attempt being made to try and change the electoral results as far as the counting goes. Very quickly, Akanksha, this is exactly what they have been talking about in the last 24 hours, that the counting is going to be fudged, and the Home Minister is in cahoots with the Election Commission to ensure that the counting of votes go in such a manner which ends up suiting the BJP. We are looking at the tight competition. The last few hours are going to be very, very critical, and the suggestion which is coming in from the Congress and the complaint they've taken to EC is precisely on these grounds.
It's very surprising that they think so, considering all the early trends that are emerging have only bucked the pre-poll expectations. But having said that, let's also play out a reaction that has come in from BJP's Rajiv Chandrasekhar.
0.7% as I understand today's numbers, which is again a record percentage of votes. And yes, we did come short by about a percentage or percentage and a half of votes. But that is something that we will look into, and we will look to increasing our support.
What do you think that restricted you from getting few more seats in Kerala?
No, it's too early to analyze that and too early to answer that question. But certainly, it was not for want of trying, not want of a vision for Thiruvananthapuram. We campaigned extremely positively. As you know, there are dynamics of certain minority communities and certain narratives that were put out there by the parties that maybe we were not able to break through and we were not able to expose.
Will you able to continue here in Thiruvananthapuram?
No, my commitment to Thiruvananthapuram is 100% total. It has nothing to do with me being a successful Lok Sabha MP or not. I have said when I came here on the 5th of March, it is my mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram, and I stand by my mission. And all my colleagues in the BJP and my fellow Karyakartas stand by our mission to take Thiruvananthapuram forward.
So BJP open an account in Kerala.
We are very, very happy. We are very excited, and we think it marks a very, very important milestone in the growth and expansion of the BJP in Kerala and in the south of India. Suresh Gopi has worked very, very hard in the Trichur for the last 10 years. He has contested earlier. This is his third time at electoral politics, and to win by such a huge decisive margin and to put the Congress candidate into third place is certainly a very, very important signal and certainly an important encouragement for the BJP in particular in Thrissur and in Kerala in general. No, it is obviously it is disappointing given the fact that the last 10 years our Prime Minister has worked very hard and transformed India significantly. The expectation was that the NDA would be 350 to 400 and we have come short as I see it on TV. We will see the results and we will see what.
Okay, it was a battle of big guns, isn't it? It was Tharoor versus Chandrasekhar, and it was such a neck-and-neck fight, isn't it, Akanksha, at the very last minute. But finally, as the vote counting progressed, you had the veteran Congress leader, Shashi Tharoor, heading in Thiruvananthapuram. Breaking news coming in, according to sources in the Congress party, the India Alliance meeting has now been called in Delhi tomorrow. We are still awaiting for a time. What we're getting to hear from sources is that they haven't decided on a time, but Sharon joins us now for the very latest. Sharon, over to you. So, a big surprise there. Lots of pleasant surprises for the Indie bloc, specifically for the Congress, who have doubled their number this time around. What are you hearing?
Well, Avantika, that is right. In fact, this result is something that is more than what they were expecting, though they were saying 295. But this result is, of course, something that they are positive about. And right now, Congress sources have in fact been suggesting that personally from the Congress President office, Kharge has in fact called in all the India Alliance leaders to come to Delhi. The time of the schedule of the meeting is something that will be decided. But tomorrow's meeting is going to be very crucial because that is where the strategy and other plans or their mode of action is going to be decided in the meeting tomorrow. Whether they will in fact be approaching, because right now there has been no talk or any sort of approach that has been done with regards to Nitish Kumar or Chandrababu Naidu. So whether that should be done, what is going to be their strategy, all this will be decided in the meeting tomorrow. So all the 28 parties of the India Alliance have been called in the national capital for the meeting tomorrow.
All right, many thanks to you, Shireen. We're in fact getting in more breaking inputs. Let's quickly bring you the trends that are now emerging as far as Maharashtra is concerned. In fact, we are now learning that Navneet Rana of the Bharatiya Janata Party has lost from Amravati and Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, Baramati was a very closely watched contest, Avantika, considering it's been a Pawar versus Pawar and
it was
a family contest. Exactly. And so the results have given it away. Supriya Sule has won from Baramati. In fact, very sad
and
news
Navneet
for
Rana, a
Navneet
firebrand BJP candidate who was, in the midst of that entire Hanuman Chalisa row. She, in fact, is also a very aggressive candidate. She losing from Amravati is also big news coming in.
I think it's, in fact, time for the BJP to, in fact, resort to some introspection. But, in fact, before we dive deeper into it, let's also quickly introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. GVL Narasimha Rao, who's the national spokesperson of the BJP, Abbas Haider, who's the spokesperson of the Samajwadi Party. Many thanks to you, Mr. Haider and Mr. Rao, for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, Mr. Rao, what do you make of the losses in Maharashtra, first of all?
Yeah, certainly we are disappointed by the results. We expected the coalition in Maharashtra to not retain the old numbers, but to sustain a large part of it. But I think certainly Maharashtra, though this was not totally unexpected, we have suffered significant losses in Maharashtra. And real problematic state has been Uttar Pradesh, where we were hoping to at least retain our previous strength, 2019 strength of 62 seats. But that is the state which has really sort of, I think, given a mandate which did not suit us, which did not encourage us. But we are, because you see, getting a majority, NDA majority itself is not a, is a remarkable achievement, because no government in the country has been re-elected for the third time in a row in the last 52 years. So this is happening, this third time hat-trick victory, though with a much reduced number, is a historic verdict by itself. So we certainly hope to have a very stable government that is committed to building new India, committed to building Viksit Bharat under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji. We have no doubt about whatsoever. But certainly the opposition going from 50 to 100, they might see this as a big a gain for them. So good luck to them. But we have achieving a third time victory in a row is itself a historic verdict, and that will slowly sink in, because today we are being measured against our target of 400 seats. But in reality, if you see this against, let's say, historical trends in this country, as I mentioned, this is a historic win coming after 52 years.
All right. You know, Abbas Haidarji, Uttar Pradesh, which had accounted for a lion's share for the BJP's tally, has gone the Indie bloc way. What an amazing performance by the Alliance Indie bloc and Samajwadi Party. UP ke ladke is trending now on social media. UP ke Shehzade, who are now obviously having the last laugh. What do you have to say about the performance? And then finally, he decided to throw his hat in the ring, and very strategic selection of candidates. Do you think all that effort has paid off for the Samajwadi Party in Purvanchal, in the state of Uttar Pradesh?
Thank you so much. Yes, certainly it has worked for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance, and somehow people of Uttar Pradesh have given a message that, you know, empty rhetorics won't work anymore. They have voted for the fundamental issues, and even if they have, Bharatiya Janata Party has lost Ayodhya seat. I'm getting the news now. So you can understand what is happening in Uttar Pradesh. They were claiming that Prime Minister Modi is winning with a margin of 10 lakh vote. He'll win with a margin of 10 lakh. And what happened? Initially, he was trailing behind the India candidate. And now it is like, you know, a margin of just 1.25
You know, I remember, if I'm not mistaken, Akhilesh Yadav during a rally in Chandoli had said that Purvanchal will be the decider, and Purvanchal is going to be that area, that particular area of the state of Uttar Pradesh that is going to deal a severe blow to the BJP. And surprisingly, that kind of prediction has come true.
Yeah, even if you talk about the 6th phase, which happened in the Purvanchal, the eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, so we are winning almost 11 seats out of the 13. So this is what has been happening in Uttar Pradesh. And as far as the total number of are concerned, I think Bharatiya Janata Party has just not lost its credibility among the people of the country, but also among the ally partners of NDA. So I'm sure they don't trust Bharatiya Janata Party. They would look for some other alternative, because, you know, Bharatiya Janata Party has a long history of, you know, what they have done with the Shiv Sena and NCP. We all know, all the ally partners know. So certainly with the loss of credential, with the loss of trust, with the loss of credibility, I don't think Bharatiya Janata Party is going to make a government in the center. And certainly their number is going to come down within a couple of hours.
All right. In fact, Abbas, stay with us. I'm also joined in by Mr. Amitabh Dubey, who's the spokesperson for the Congress Party. Mr. Dubey, how do you weigh in on what Abbas Haidar has just had to say? Not to forget the fact, the other aspect of my question is about Congress Party itself bucking the pre-poll expectations, and yet you're approaching the Election Commission sniffing something fishy.
I can't really hear your question, I'm afraid.
Mr. Dubey, I want to know, why has the Congress approached the Election Commission, considering your party is already bucking the pre-poll expectations? You are far ahead than what was expected in the exit polls as well. But why are you constantly trying to, in fact, build upon a narrative that there's something fishy as far as the vote counting is concerned?
I'm not privy to what we are going to the Election Commission with right now. But
I'm informing you, Congress is approaching the Election Commission.
What is going on? See, I'll tell you what I have gauged from what I'm watching. There's been a lot of irregularities in the counting. There are a lot of complaints coming about the counting process. This time in the election, we have set up an entire structure, because there were many questions that had come up in previous elections about the vote counting process, particularly in elections that are very close, where the counting is very close. There were fears that the local administration might be involved in affecting the result one way or the other. So we've set up an entire structure to analyze that and observe it as it's going on, and we're getting feedback from that structure. So it's quite possible that that feedback is leading our leadership to approach the Election Commission wherever there may be complaints. I don't have details about the specific complaints at this point of time.
All right, GVL Narasimha Rao, if I could bring you in on how the BJP is now being attacked for the alliance formula that seems to have failed, especially when you look at states like Bihar and Maharashtra. It's being said that ये तोड़-फोड़ के alliance आपको सहायता नहीं कर पाए. What is your assessment?
No, I think Bihar we have done very well. So I don't think, but as far as Maharashtra is concerned, the allies have, together we have not done as well as we have expected, but we have not sort of junked our ally.
All right, considering you're talking about Bihar, I would also like you to weigh in on, are you very confident that Nitish Kumar will now be with you in this new alliance that forms?
Yeah, certainly. I think anyone who has been a part of a pre-poll alliance will certainly stay together. There is no question of anybody, because they know the other side, the so-called alliance, is not at all a cohesive alliance. The BJP with nearly 240, 250 kind of strength holds as a strong pillar of this NDA alliance, whereas Congress may not be able to even cross the 100 mark. So certainly nobody considers that as a viable coalition or a viable alternative. So the NDA is not only going to form government under Prime Minister Modi ji, it will also be a very stable government for the next 5 years. The only thing is, we will certainly have a larger alliance partners participation, even in 2014 and 19, though we had single party majorities in both the Lok Sabha houses, we had formed coalition governments. So this time it will be the same, maybe slightly more participation of the allies in the government, but the nature of the government will remain unchanged.
Amitabh Dubey, if you could weigh in on what Narasimha Rao had to say, in fact, in terms of kingmakers and the prospects of a BJP alliance now going forward.
So let us have the final results come in. At the moment, the BJP is obviously the single largest party, short of a majority. So let that process continue. It's up to, of course, the allies to decide which way they want to go. Many of the allies for many years have been subject to pressure from the agencies, ED, CBI and so on. They know what the experience has been under Mr. Modi's prime ministership. This is their one chance to see if they can make a change there, but that's for them to decide. It's not for us as an opposition party to get involved in the internal processes. But as an analyst, I can say that this is one chance when the BJP and the NDA can decide what kind of future they want for their government.
Right, we'll come back to you, all of our guests, in just a bit. But let's just shift our focus to Kerala, because that, has been a very interesting contest. We've seen the BJP opening an account there from Thrissur. But our reporter got a chance, Neetu got a chance to speak with Rajiv Chandrasekhar. He, in fact, has been a very prominent face, a BJP candidate, a last-minute entry into the race, a direct context with Mr. Shashi Tharoor. So let's just listen in what he had to say about these elections and him trailing behind Mr. Tharoor.
Joining me here is Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar. So it was more like a 2020 match in Thiruvananthapuram. You going up, then Mr. Tharoor coming down, and finally it's a margin of about 15,000 votes. How
Correct.
do you see this?
Now look, finally in elections, there is people only remember the winners, and people certainly don't remember who came second and who came, how close it is. But on a serious note, this was a campaign which I launched on the 5th of March when I was given this opportunity, excuse me, to contest in Thiruvananthapuram. And I said then, and I say today, that we were on a mission to transform Thiruvananthapuram. And our campaign was completely about transforming Thiruvananthapuram, development, prosperity and opportunities. And as a consequence of, I think, our positive campaign, over 3.4 lakh people of Thiruvananthapuram have voted for the BJP, which is a record number. And about 35.7% of vote share the BJP has got in Thiruvananthapuram, which is again a record number. So I am pleased with the support and the response and the love and affection that the people of Thiruvananthapuram have given me. Of course, I'm disappointed with the results, and I think I would have been a good MP for Thiruvananthapuram. But it is what it is, and we will continue to work hard and to grow our party.
For the first time, Kerala has given a seat for BJP in Thrissur constituency. How are you seeing this change?
I was very confident, as we were all, that this time in these elections, the BJP will succeed significantly in Kerala. We were expecting 3 seats, and as you can see, Thrissur, we have succeeded. Suresh Gopi has done a wonderful job over the last 10 years in Thrissur. Artingal, my colleague V. Muralidharan, has done a very solid fight where he has come up very short, close to the ultimate winner. And the Thiruvananthapuram contest as well. And then Shobha Surendran Alapura, who has done an excellent job in growing the party and the vote share and the number of votes. So it is no surprise that the BJP is growing in Kerala, will continue to grow, and it will completely expose and continue to expose this myth that somehow the South, and in particular Kerala, is a place where the people of Kerala don't want to support the BJP. And these elections have emphatically proved that more and more people are supporting the BJP than they are supporting the left. And that is certainly, in my opinion, the story of today and the story of tomorrow.
BJP has not gotten the magic number 272. With the support of the allies, yes, they have crossed that. The NDA has crossed that. But you all were looking for a much higher number. And the India alliance has also performed well than expected. How do you see this?
No, look, it is something that our leadership will examine, introspect. It is only this is today the day of the results, and the results are just coming out. Where the final numbers end up for the NDA, we still don't know. But clearly, it is clear that the numbers are a disappointment given the exit polls that predicted between 350 and 400. And the leadership of my party and the NDA will decide what are the reasons for it and what next steps to be taken. But these are messages from the people of India, the voters of India, to our party and the NDA, and we will listen to them loud and clear.
At this stage, are you confident that the NDA is coming back to power?
100%. I have no doubt that the NDA will form the government, and that there will be a third term for Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, albeit with a slightly different majority.
Thank you. Thank you so much for speaking to us.
Okay, let's go back to our guests now. And we have been getting very interesting perspectives, but a huge disappointment. I mean, Akanksha, that's very obvious.
Especially when you look at the Hindi heartland, Avantika.
Yeah, that is true.
You have travelled extensively while covering Uttar Pradesh, and I think you'll be the best person to, in fact, talk about the kind of trends they are emerging and why are they emerging.
Right.
Perhaps let's also take in some inputs.
Go to Abbas Haider to get some perspective on this. Abbas, that's what's been coming out. Uttar Pradesh has been a big shock, a huge setback for the BJP. This is the heartland state, as my colleague Akanksha was stating. So what helped? What do you think has helped the Samajwadi Party Congress upset the BJP's Uttar Pradesh apple cart? Do you think it's the strategic distribution of those tickets on non-Yadav OBCs and Dalits? Because when I went to cover most of the areas in Western Uttar Pradesh and Central Uttar Pradesh, something that was resonating amongst all the people in these areas, at least in Western and Central Uttar Pradesh, though of course they've received a beating in Eastern Uttar Pradesh, is that asantosh hai, akrosh nahi hai. I mean, people were clearly disgruntled with the MPs, but there wasn't really a lot of anger for the Modi government. But obviously, we're seeing a big shock coming in from the Purvanchal area for the BJP and a big, huge win for the Indie Bloc and the Samajwadi Party.
People of Uttar Pradesh have shown that there is no Modi magic. Modi's popularity was overhyped. And as far as people's mandate is saying, it is saying that Akhilesh Yadav's popularity is more than Narendra Modi in Uttar Pradesh.
Yeah.
Well, people have voted on the fundamental issues. They have voted for 33% reservation in government jobs for women. They have voted for employment. They have voted against inflation. They have voted against the divisive agenda of Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for their rights. They have voted for the rights of OBC, Dalits and minorities. We have fought for this election was focused on the issues of PDA. Because Bharatiya Janata Party government in Uttar Pradesh, we talk about 69,000 jobs where OBC quota and Dalit quota reservation was not taken care of by the government, and several other cases. Basically these communities have voted against the Bharatiya Janata Party. They have voted for the Samajwadi Party in India Alliance across the state. And yes, people across caste lines, across the religious lines, they have voted for us. If we see, we are also ahead in the number of seats in Uttar Pradesh, while the percentage of votes, we are also ahead with, as compared to the NDA and UP.
Yes.
So basically, in both the scenario, the people have, they have stood with us, and I believe that, after like couple of hours, the situation will be better for us, because I can see, I have data in front of me. There are like 7-8 seats where we are tailing by 700 votes, 600 votes.
Yes, we're just referring to those numbers as well. But undoubtedly, Akanksha, it is a remarkable turnaround for the opposition-led Samajwadi Party and the Congress in Uttar Pradesh.
Can I?
Just take a look at the
GVL,
numbers.
I'm going to bring you in on what point has just been made by Abbas Haider and Avantika over there. GVL, a lot of time, and in fact the last tenure of the Modi government was also spun around the narrative of the Sanatan Hindutva unity revolving around the Ram Mandir issue. But it seems that the caste politics in Uttar Pradesh has trounced the Ram Mandir issue. It doesn't seem to have worked. Yes, you will say in your defense that that Ram Mandir was meant to be a promise that you were supposed to deliver, that your government was supposed to deliver. But what happens to the caste dynamics? It doesn't seem that caste dynamics has been subsumed, because it seems that as far as BSP's loss is concerned, that has now become Samajwadi Party's gain.
Yeah, you see, Ram Mandir wasn't an electoral issue for us, and I can tell you, in so many dozens of rallies addressed by our top leadership, we have not raised this issue. We have not asked for votes in the name of construction of the temple. But for the Samajwadi Party, which has not won.
Where I beg to differ, GVL, is that there's a press conference being addressed by Congress's Abhishek Manu Singhvi. Let's also listen in.
2:30 बजे के बाद जो अपडेशन होता है राउंड बाय राउंड, यानी काउंटिंग जब गणना हो रही होती है तो हर राउंड पे एक आंकड़ा प्रकाशित होता है। उसमें बहुत ढील आ गई है या बहुत धीरे धीरे हो रहा है, यानी हर आधे घंटे में वो आंकड़ा अपडेट नहीं हो रहा है इलेक्शन कमीशन की वेबसाइट पे। ये हमारी कंप्लेंट थी। 2 कंप्लेंट्स थी, एक तो कि संसदीय क्षेत्र के अनुसार ऐसा कोई अपडेशन नहीं है ही नहीं, और दूसरा जो असेंबली सेगमेंट्स के अनुसार राउंड बाय राउंड आता है आंकड़ा, वो भी बड़े विलंब के साथ अपडेट हो रहा है। ये 2 मुद्दे थे। तो हमने कहा इससे एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है, चुनाव के जो पूरी एक स्पष्टता होती है और निष्पक्षता होती है, उस पर अननेसेसरीली बिना कारण के एक प्रश्न चिन्ह उठता है। तो इसको जल्दी होना चाहिए। हमने कोई ऐसे आरोप नहीं लगाया, हमने कहा कि हमको चाहिए एक सीधा आदेश चुनाव आयोग के केंद्रीय स्थल से कि ये जल्द से जल्द अपडेट हो। चुनाव आयोग ने हमको बड़े आदर के साथ सुना और कहा कि जहाँ तक संसदीय क्षेत्र का मामला है तो ये अपडेशन पहले भी नहीं होता था, अब भी संभव नहीं है, क्योंकि ये आंकड़े आते हैं असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज। तो असेंबली सेगमेंट वाइज जो आंकड़े आते हैं उनको अपडेट वो तब करते हैं जब एक असेंबली सेगमेंट अगर 7 हैं एक संसदीय क्षेत्र में, वहाँ पहले आता है तो वो पहले हो जाता है, जहाँ बाद में आता है वहाँ बाद में होता है, इसलिए दोनों में समय का थोड़ा अंतर रहता है। इस बात को उन्होंने बड़े विस्तार से समझाया कि किसी रूप से वो विलंब नहीं होने देंगे, वो आदेश भी देंगे कि जो असेंबली सेगमेंट के अनुसार उसके आधार पर जो अपडेशन होना चाहिए वो जल्द से जल्द हो। और मैं समझता हूँ कि अगर ये आदेश तुरंत चला जाए, क्योंकि कुछ घंटे बचे हैं गणना में, तो ये एक प्रकार से हल होगा। बड़े एक सौहार्द के साथ ये बातचीत हुई और हमने उनको धन्यवाद किया हमको जल्द से जल्द अपॉइंटमेंट देने के लिए। एक और मुद्दा है जिसके बारे में मेरे दोस्त बोलेंगे, मैं अंग्रेजी में संक्षेप में बोल दूँ। वी वेंट टू द इलेक्शन कमीशन at short notice to convey a concern of ours. It was more a concern, less a complaint. We are very happy that they gave us time at very short notice. They heard us patiently. The main issue was about not updating parliamentary constituency data round by round in terms of votes counted and the results of that round. However, it was clarified that it is done assembly segment wise. As you know, these are not assembly elections, but the statistics are counted and updated assembly segment wise. So if a parliamentary constituency has averaged 7 assemblies, then it is done each round in each assembly segment wise. Now the problem was explained to us is that different assembly segments follow different speeds of counting and also of updation, which is why there is a lack of synchronism for the parliamentary constituency as a whole. In any case, the Election Commission has assured us that without all this technicality, they are again going to give very strict instructions that counting and updation round-wise at the assembly segment level shall be the fastest and the most prompt as possible. We are happy if that happens, and I think the matter would be resolved. Only a few hours are left for the elections, and we don't want to create unnecessary question marks, so long as this direction to immediately A, to count fast, and B, to promptly disclose the counting round for each segment. There is a second issue, my friend will address you on that, about Sonipat.
जी आप सबका स्वागत है धन्यवाद सिंघवी जी एक छोटा लेकिन महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था एक छोटा परंतु महत्वपूर्ण एक विषय था और वो
All right, so Abhishek Manu Singhvi of the Congress Party putting things on the record officially over there. As you heard, Avantika, he's gone on to in fact agree of sorts with the Election Commission, talking about why there's a delay in sharing data. Right. And let me bring in Amitabh Dubey of the Congress Party, who's the spokesperson, still continues to be with us. Mr. Dubey, what is your assessment? Why is the grand old party sniffing foul play over here when the Election Commission's now clearly, in fact, explained why there's been this delay? Because, of course, different assembly segments are operating at a different pace, and, of course, they are hoping that in the next couple of hours, results should be crystal clear.
So I couldn't hear you very clearly, but you're asking why we are bringing these complaints to the Election Commission.
Right.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, there is a context to this. The context is that the voters, the most important thing is that the people of India, the voters of India, have faith in our institutions, specifically the Election Commission. If you look at CSDS data in 2024, 23 or 24, the latest data, up to 50% of the people either have no faith or have diminished faith in the Election Commission compared with 2019 when it was about 25%. So clearly the ECI has to bring people into confidence. And when it does things like delays turnout data by 10, 11 days, it refuses to even meet a delegation of opposition parties on the EVM issue for 10 months, it raises questions. And what we want to say is that for the ECI to maintain the faith of the citizens of India, not just the parties of India, it has to be transparent, and it has been lacking in many of these areas, which is why we set up a structure to observe the counting process and to look at how the counting is going. Right. And wherever we see aberrations or abnormalities, we bring it to the ECI's attention. Now, in this case, the ECI seems to have given a satisfactory attention, has been responsive. So this is the system working. We are being vigilant, and the ECI is responding.
All right, fair enough. Amitabh, Abhishek Manu Singhvi also making it very clear that it's a concern and not a complaint. Now, I wanted to shift your focus to the Congress MP Rahul Gandhi. He's on a dominant streak in the two Lok Sabha seats of Wayanad in Kerala and Rai Bareli in Uttar Pradesh. But the big story that everyone is tracking here is Amethi, the Gandhi family loyalist, in fact, on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani. How is your party reacting to this news? I know that the election hasn't been called in yet, but big news coming in. You have a family loyalist, KL Sharma, who was the last-minute announcement and now on the verge of defeating Smriti Irani, who turned out to be that giant killer in 2019.
Are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh. The question is for you.
Yeah, okay. Yes. So, you know, the fact is that the feedback we have had is that Smriti Irani was quite unpopular in the constituency of Amethi. She was seen as someone who wasn't very attentive to local requirements. She didn't spend enough time there. The local party, her party workers were not very happy. So it was a calculated gamble that we took a party worker, Mr. Sharma, who's been there for 4 decades, who's very well known locally, who's been active locally, and put him up against her, and it obviously seems to have panned out. I think what she was hoping for perhaps was a high profile context with Rahul Gandhi, or with Priyanka Gandhi that would give her the media attention that she often craves. And we strategically denied it to her. So Rahul Gandhi contested Raebareli and KL Sharma in Amethi. And clearly this strategy seems to have worked. And it is working in the context of a wider sweep or at least a very direct contest in UP that was completely unexpected by the exit polls and by the commentariat, and of course even by some political parties. I can say honestly that some people in the party are pleasantly surprised that we have been able to best the BJP
if I
in
may
one of the
ask you,
stronghold
because
states,
that's
the
a
state where the
question
Pran
that's
Pratishtha
on
was done, the
everyone's
state where
mind.
the campaign was launched.
That Rahul Gandhi is, taking an impressive lead from both Wayanad and Raebareli as well. If he wins both these seats, which one will he give up?
Yeah, I mean, that's a question that he has to decide. I'm not privy to his thinking. There's a lot of people in the party who would like Priyanka Gandhi to also be an MP.
Yes.
So, but that's really a question for them to take as individuals and people in their family.
But we are very curious, and I'm sorry if I grill you further on this, Amitabh, but what will giving up Raebareli for Rahul Gandhi mean? Will this be a catch-22 of sorts, or will Priyanka Gandhi in fact step in to salvage the situation as far as your connect with the people of Raebareli and Amethi is concerned?
Again, are you asking me?
Yes, Amitabh, please go ahead.
Yeah. No, I mean, like I said, of course she has a connect with the people of UP. She's worked in both of these constituencies, and in fact in this campaign also she was working there. But it's a personal decision to contest to become a member of parliament. There are many considerations. Each individual has to look at it themselves. So it's best to leave it to her. There'll be a political calculation, of course, but there'll also be a personal calculation. So I can't try and guess what her motivations and her plans might be. We'll have to wait and see.
All right, and since you're saying you'll have to wait and see, what are the seats now that the grand old party is currently very keenly, very closely eyeing?
What are the whats?
All right, I'm afraid we're running short of time. Many thanks to you, Mr. Amitabh Dubey, for joining in with your precious insights. And with that, let's quickly bring our viewers all the political reactions that have come in. Remember, the results are still pouring in thick and fast, but the reactions are also coming in. Let's play them out for you.
वो हमारे साथ रहे। अयोध्या में बीजेपी हार गई, फैजाबाद बीजेपी हार गई, जहां इतना बड़ा इवेंट किया था मोदी जी ने, ध्यान 14 दिन का व्रत किया, कल ध्यान किया, देश की जनता ने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को नकारा है, मोदी को फेयरवेल दिया है, मोदी जी को बस हो गया।
MP from Thiruvananthapuram. So first, congratulations, a nail-biting finish at the moment.
A cliffhanger, yeah, absolutely. Well, I think the World T20 is supposed to be happening in the West Indies and the US, but the Super Over was here in Thiruvananthapuram. It was quite a tight finish, and I must admit that I would like to congratulate my two rivals, Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Pannian Ravindran, for having led such a stiff fight. Neither gave an inch, and it became a very, very close contest in the end. Voters of Thiruvananthapuram have reposed their trust in me once again, and I look forward to fulfilling their trust and serving them with dedication in the years to come.
It was a very high-octane campaign here with the union MOS, and there has been a lot of allegations, complaints going back and forth. A change that way as far as the campaigns of your past three are concerned.
That's right.
So what do you think worked for you, and how do you see the campaign?
On your first observation, I think it's a pity that some of this actually happened, and I would hope that everybody can agree to put these things behind them. There are apparently cases filed against me. But in any case, whatever needs to be faced, we'll face it. But I think at this point in democracy, we need to learn to respect each other. I have tried always to show respect to my opponents, and at the same time to take them on the issues, and that's fair game in democracies. That's really how it should be. There was unnecessary bitterness and invective that I would not like to see repeated.
बिहार में आप सबसे बड़ी पार्टी बन के निकले हैं, वहाँ पर 14 सीट आपको मिलती हुई दिखाई दे रही है। अभी तक जो आंकड़े आए हैं सामने, नीतीश किसके साथ हैं, एक सवाल फिर से उठ रहा है, क्योंकि ये कयास लगाए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि जो थोड़ा बहुत आंकड़ा इंडिया गठबंधन को मिलता हुआ दिखाई दे रहा है, तो अब ये हो सकता है कि नीतीश जी को वापस लाने की कवायद शुरू कर दी जाए।
परिस्थिति ऐसी आ गई जब राहुल गांधी ने इस सबके सामने कह दिया कि नीतीश कुमार जी को ममता बनर्जी मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, तो प्रधानमंत्री के पद की बात नहीं थी, खाली कोऑर्डिनेटर की बात थी। उसके सामने हमारे सामने कोई रास्ता नहीं था। हमें प्रसन्नता है कि बीजेपी ने सहसम्मान हम लोगों को अपने साथ लिया, लोकसभा चुनाव में हमारी मनमांगी सीटें दी। आज हम बिहार में सबसे बड़ी पार्टी हैं।
अगर इंडिया गठबंधन से फिर से बातचीत की जाती है और बाकायदा पूरा सम्मान दिया जाता है, पद भी दिया जाता है, क्योंकि ऐसी चर्चाएं चल रही हैं कि उप प्रधानमंत्री का पद भी उनको दिया जा सकता है अगर बातचीत होती है तो।
नहीं, अब हमारा वापस जाने का कोई प्रश्न पैदा नहीं होता। हमने इस गठबंधन को बनाने में मेहनत की, बीजेपी के साथ मिलकर के हमने चुनाव लड़ा, हमारी मनमर्जी की सीटें मिली। यद्यपि हम बिहार से बाहर भी सीटें चाहते थे, वो मिलती तो यूपी में और भी अच्छा होता। अगर उत्तर प्रदेश में नीतीश कुमार जी को सीटें देकर के कैंपेन कराते तो शायद उत्तर प्रदेश के नतीजे भी एनडीए के मन माफिक होते। खैर कोई बात नहीं, फिलहाल हमारा यहाँ से कहीं और गठबंधन में जाने का प्रश्न ही पैदा नहीं होता। मैं सिरे से इसको नकारता हूँ।
जहाँ तक मुल्क भर के नतीजों की अगर हम बात करें तो दिल खुश हुआ। हम शायद इससे ज़्यादा उम्मीद कर रहे थे, लेकिन एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित हुए। वो जम्मू कश्मीर के बारे में भी गलत साबित हुए और बाकी मुल्क के बारे में गलत साबित हुए। जिस तरह अखिलेश ने यूपी में किया, ममता दीदी ने वेस्ट बंगाल में, स्टालिन साहब ने तमिलनाडु में, राहुल गांधी और खड़गे साहब और प्रियंका जी ने जिस तरह कांग्रेस की टैली जो है लगभग अब 100 पे वो टच कर रहे हैं। एग्जैक्ट फिगर्स मेरे पास अभी है नहीं। कोई भी एग्जिट पोल के बाद ये सोच भी नहीं सकता था कि इतनी अच्छी परफॉर्मेंस ऑपोजिशन की रहेगी।
All right, CNN News 18 continues to bring you all the top news makers. But before, in fact, I go to my guest, Mr. V.D. Sharma, who is the BJP State President of Madhya Pradesh. Important to inform you that it's been quite a clean sweep for the Bharatiya Janata Party on expected lines, Avantika.
Yes.
But how do you assess this clean sweep, considering Chhindwara was still considered as a Kamalnath bastion?
No, but the game has changed. At least the BJP has something to smile about as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, given the kind of shocks that they've been receiving one after the other from the heartland states. And also some good news for the BJP as far as Kerala is concerned, with them opening their account there, and most importantly their vote share in Tamil Nadu increasing as well. But Madhya Pradesh, yes, it's an important one, and some relief there for the BJP, isn't it?
So in fact, let's find out what's the sentiment within the BJP about this victory. Mr. V.D. Sharma joins us live. पहले तो बहुत मुबारकबाद वी.डी. शर्मा जी। आपको ये भी कहना चाहेंगे कि कहा यही जा रहा है कि अब मध्य प्रदेश बीजेपी के लिए गुजरात के समान हो गया है। किसको क्रेडिट देना चाहेंगे इस परफॉर्मेंस के लिए?
देखिए, मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर क्रेडिट अगर देना है तो मध्य प्रदेश के मन में हमेशा मोदी थे और मोदी जी के मन में मध्य प्रदेश रहा। आज हमने विधानसभा के चुनाव में हमने कैंपेन लिया था और लोकसभा के चुनाव में भी मध्य प्रदेश की जनता ने प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को तीसरी बार भारत का प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के संकल्प पर आज जो इतना बड़ा जनादेश और आशीर्वाद दिया है। भाजपा के कार्यकर्ताओं की मेहनत, प्रत्येक बूथ पर हमने चुनाव बूथ पर लड़ा है और प्रत्येक बूथ पर मजबूती के साथ भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने काम किया और विकास और गरीब कल्याण जो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी और मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार हमारे डॉक्टर मोहन यादव जी के नेतृत्व में और इससे पहले की हमारी पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों ने जो गरीब कल्याण का काम किया और विकास के आयाम खड़े किए, इसको जनता ने आज मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ये आशीर्वाद दिया है। और मोदी जी को पुनः प्रधानमंत्री जनता मध्य प्रदेश की, जो हमने कहा कि मोदी जी मध्य प्रदेश के मन में है और मध्य प्रदेश मोदी जी के मन में है, इस आधार पर जनता ने आज आशीर्वाद दिया है।
जी, पर मध्य प्रदेश से थोड़ा हट के चलिए यूपी की बात करते हैं। यूपी में आपका परफॉर्मेंस काफ़ी डिसअपॉइंटिंग रहा है। जहां पे जिस स्टेट में योगी मोदी फॉर्मूला की बात होती थी, वहां आज समाजवादी पार्टी का पीडीए फॉर्मूला आपको पछाड़ गया।
पछाड़ना तो नहीं कहेंगे, लेकिन जो अपेक्षा के अनुरूप परिणाम उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जरूर अभी जो ट्रेंड है जो मतगणना के, उसमें थोड़ा सा हमें ये कमजोरी लग रही है कि थोड़ा हम इसमें बहुत सफल नहीं हो पाए हैं। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि फाइनल परिणाम आते आते उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी एक अच्छा नंबर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अभी और बढ़ेगा।
मगर शर्मा जी, एक बात बताइए, पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में मोदी का नाम और योगी का काम, ऐसे नारे हमने सुने थे जब हम गए थे इलेक्शन कवर करने में। इनफैक्ट समाजवादी पार्टी को तो गुंडा राज पार्टी कहा जाता था। आपकी खुद की पार्टी कहती थी कि ये जो पार्टी है, सपा की जो पार्टी है, वो बस गुंडागर्दी करती है एंड दे डोंट बिलीव इन लॉ एंड ऑर्डर। बट आज तो पूरे जो स्टोरी है पलट ही गया है। हाउ डू यू रिस्पॉन्ड टू दिस शॉकिंग परफॉर्मेंस जो बीजेपी ने देखा है उत्तर प्रदेश में?
नहीं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं, ये कोई समीकरण और इसके आधार पर हो सकता है कि हमें समाजवादी पार्टी को लाभ मिला हो कि नहीं समीकरणों के तहत, लेकिन है तो गुंडा पार्टी, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। इनका इतिहास कहता है कि इन्होंने देश के अंदर क्या किया है, प्रदेश के अंदर क्या किया है, इसलिए कोई इसके बारे में कोई धारणा बदल जाएगी ऐसा नहीं है। गलती से जे वहां पर जहां पर इनके सांसद बनेंगे क्या होगा, ये तो उत्तर प्रदेश की जनता बेहतर जानती है। योगी जी ने आदरणीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के विकास को जिस प्रकार से चार चांद लगाए हैं और गुंडीज्म खत्म किया है। अब कई समीकरण कभी कभी राजनीति में बनते हैं, उन समीकरण के तहत हो सकता है कि कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ हो, लेकिन हम इस पर अलर्ट हैं और मुझे लगता है कि हमारा नेतृत्व उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर भी इस पर गंभीरता से विचार करके कहां पर क्या ऐसी चीज हुई है इसके कारण से कुछ प्लस माइनस हुआ है, लेकिन मैं मानता हूं कि अभी भी नंबर और अच्छा आएगा।
पर मिस्टर शर्मा, जो होल्ड होता था बीजेपी का हार्टलैंड, हिंदी हार्टलैंड स्टेट्स पे, वो शायद थोड़ा सा हिल गया है इस टाइम। अगर आप बिहार की बात करेंगे तो वहाँ पर भी जो जेडीयू है, दे हैव परफॉर्म्ड मच बेटर देन द बीजेपी। राजस्थान की अगर बात करेंगे, वहाँ पर भी जो आपका होल्ड था वो भी थोड़ा सा काफ़ी शेक हो रखा है। तो आपको नहीं लगता है कि बीजेपी के जो उम्मीद थे, जितने नंबर आने थे, वो तो उम्मीदों के बहुत ही ज़्यादा कम आए, जो बीजेपी ने प्रिडिक्ट करा था कि जो उनको नंबर आए थे? आपके तो सारे जो कैंडिडेट्स थे वो सारे कह रहे थे कि आपको 80 में से 80 मिल जाएंगे, उससे तो बहुत ही कम आए सीट्स।
चूक कहाँ हुई है ये तो चुनाव परिणाम के बाद समझ में चीजें आएंगी, लेकिन फिर भी कोई इतना बड़ा चेंज नहीं है। एनडीए गठबंधन को अच्छा बहुमत मिला है और माना कि कुछ राज्यों में थोड़ा अपेक्षा के अनुरूप हमें परिणाम नहीं मिल पाए।
In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in on that note. Remember, the Congress party had just approached the Election Commission of India, and with regards to that, we are getting in more inputs. As far as Congress's delegation that approached the EC is concerned, the Election Commission, in fact, has responded saying that the counting is conducted as per Rule 60 of the Conduct of Election Rules at the designated counting centers. Let's try and get in some understanding in terms of what the Election Commission has had to say. Arunima will be sharing more inputs with us. Arunima, share the details with us.
So, you know, the last couple of hours, the Election Commission of India website seemed to not be moving as fast as it was in the initial hours of counting. So, the Congress alleged that this was deliberately slowing down of the counting process. They've all expressed continuously over the last 2 months doubts over the way the ECI has been conducting the election, and keeping with that trend, they landed at the ECI's doorstep a short while ago and raised concerns about the way the counting was happening. So now ECI sources are clarifying that this is again trying to mislead and raise doubts unnecessarily. What they're saying is that the entire counting process is being conducted as per rules, in presence of the candidate, in presence of the micro observers who have been appointed, and so far from no polling station or no counting station rather, there have been any complaints raised of any anomaly. So trying to ascertain that yes, it is taking time because perhaps you know, the counting process of all the EVMs is just taking time, but that does not mean that there is any deliberate mischief or anything amiss in the you know, delay that we are seeing.
So they have admitted to the delays, haven't they? Because Abhishek Manu Singhvi is saying that we aren't registering a complaint, it's just a concern that we are raising. He in fact stated, Arunima, that parliamentary constituency data is not being uploaded on time. Has that been fixed? What are you tracking?
See, the Election Commission is trying to explain what we are calling delay. They're trying to explain it in terms of procedure. I'm just going to read out to you what they're saying. In assembly elections, round pertains to the assembly constituencies and hence are declared and reflected on the ECI result portal. For parliamentary constituency, the counting happens in the assembly segments falling in the particular PC, which is the parliamentary constituency. Since different assembly segments have different numbers of round, they run at different speed and that reflects on the overall parliamentary number as well. For example, I can explain to you, if you take Guna, Guna has 8 assembly constituencies. Okay. Each assembly will be doing its own counting and its returning officer will take his or her own time. And then when all the 8 have finished all rounds of countings, only then can you declare what the Guna parliamentary constituency result is. That is what the EC is trying to explain. But like I told you, the opposition and the Congress party have been suspicious of the entire process throughout the 2024 election, and their complaint is keeping in line with that trend.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that. Arunima, thank you so much for joining us. We will continue to get our viewers all the updates as we track those numbers. Remember, the elections are still on. Those numbers the votes are still being counting. So stay with us. We're slipping into a very short break. News and updates continue on the other side.
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it. Had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave. And today, it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in fact to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56, the Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of two alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 400, talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term Prime Minister and you've got these results, if you're going to make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about?
Begins. On the day that counts, CNN News 18 was way ahead of competition.
We have the first numbers coming in from Tumkur, Mysuru, Dakshina Kannada, BJP taking a lead.
Others tried to keep pace but were no match. Elections equals CNN News 18. Counting begins.
Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you'll see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right, let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where you have to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that, if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather after the second phase. Is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400, and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, in 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I were to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If you look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA. That's what Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed in his brief conversation with Prime Minister Modi.
Right. So, just quickly understanding between the JDU and the TDP, any of these allies who are a little dicey, is the BJP worried about them decamping or leaving the NDA because they're being wooed openly by the opposition?
Well, that cannot be confirmed as of now, because like I know that Chandrababu Naidu has conveyed, in fact, to the Prime Minister himself that he's going to be with the NDA. Nitish Kumar is known as the Palturam, is known as to have several flips and flops. It'll be important to see what the BJP's conversation will be, because I'm sure the BJP will put the likes of Vinod Tavde and the others who are in charge of Bihar to have a conversation with Nitish Kumar to make sure that they are on the same page. Because much to the surprise of BJP, although they were expecting Nitish Kumar's some seats to be lost, interestingly Nitish Kumar has done better than the BJP really expected. So will Nitish Kumar stage another flip-flop? We'll have to only wait and watch. But as of now, the BJP is very, very sure that their alliance partners will stay with them.
He has spoken to Chandrababu Naidu. He has dialed the TDP chief, perhaps to congratulate him on that landslide victory in the assembly elections, and also a phenomenal turn for the NDA in Andhra Pradesh. Although Odisha, it looks like it is going to be stuck, because the BJP is with 71 seats. It's short of majority there, Veer Sanghvi. The BJD is at 56. The Congress has 17. So there could be a bit of a flux there.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable assumption. Overall, I think the way to look at this election, and we were asked to look at it as BJP versus the rest, it's not really. It's a battle of 2 alliances, the India alliance versus the NDA alliance, and the NDA alliance is one. If you look at it that way, you get a completely different perspective. Our problem, and the BJP's problem essentially, is that the Prime Minister said 4.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage with me, Avantika Singh, and my colleague Akanksha. Okay, we're just getting in news that the senior Congress leader Jairam Ramesh has said that on the 14th of February in 2014, Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh had pledged special category status in the new state of Andhra Pradesh for 5 years. BJP leader Venkaiah Naidu has countered that by saying that the BJP, if elected to power, will extend it now for 10 years. It's interesting how the Congress and the BJP now trying all their best to woo Chandrababu Naidu. He has emerged as the kingmaker to 2 months later, the Prime Minister, in fact, in the holy city of Tirupati, had also repeated that very promise. So very interesting. You have Chandrababu Naidu, whose TDP is part of the alliance, the NDA alliance, and is also on course to wrest Andhra Pradesh from Jagan Mohan Reddy's YSRCP. Payal joins us for more on this. Payal, it's so interesting, you know, how these equations change all of a sudden, with the Congress party now trying to lure Chandrababu Naidu, who has emerged as the big game maker, as the king maker in the state of Andhra Pradesh.
Well, of course, tables have completely turned since the last election, and Chandrababu Naidu has got about 17 seats in his kitty as of now in the run-up to that results finally coming out. So he's of course going to be calling a lot of attention as far as this election and its results are concerned, because one has to understand that 17 seats out of 25 seats is if that is what Chandrababu Naidu gets, and there's Pawan Kalyan, who's also vying for 2 seats. The BJP is expected to get about 3 seats, which clearly means that all the 25 are going to the NDA as well. It's a clean sweep, and Chandrababu Naidu has done exceedingly well for himself in the assembly polls also, where he got a huge drubbing in the last election. So obviously, in 2014, when Chandrababu Naidu came to the BJP and the NDA, he was with them. But in 2019, since there was no promise given by the BJP for special status, he decided to walk out of that alliance. But the similar promise which was made by Jagan Mohan Reddy also remained unfulfilled. So it will be important to see what rope Naidu wants to really walk on. It's going to be tight rope, given the fact that his one promise was to deliver the special status for the state. If that is something which the Congress party is luring, although Chandrababu Naidu has spoken to both Amit Shah and the Prime Minister himself and told them that he is very, very confident that he is going to be with the NDA. But in politics, you never know. But as of now, Chandrababu Naidu is not speaking to any opposition leaders who are trying to call him and trying to speak to him. I'm given to understand the likes of Sharad Pawar also tried to call him and speak to him, but he's not spoken to anyone. He's only spoken to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah as of now, and once again told them with complete confidence that he will be with the NDA come what may.
All right. Many thanks to you, Payal, for joining in with those insights. In fact, we are also joined in by Mr. Ramesh Chennithala of the Congress party. Mr. Chennithala, many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. First of all, let me congratulate you for the kind of performance that the Congress party has displayed, not to forget the overall tally of the India alliance as well. How do you see this panning out today at the end of the day when counting finally gets over?
No, we are very happy that the people of India rejected Mr. Narendra Modi's politics. I feel that I was in charge of Maharashtra.
Yes.
Right. The second largest parliament members are from Maharashtra. See, when the election campaign was going on, it was very clear that the people of Maharashtra is totally against Narendra Modi and BJP. And then Mahavikas Agadi, we got 30 seats now. Some seats are also we are leading, but absolute majority we have got on 30 seats. And one independent who won from Sangli, Vishal Patil. Vishal Patil is a congressman. He already declared that he will be a part of Mahavikas Agadi and the Congress party. So our tally is going to become 30. See, in Kerala we are winning all 17 seats out of 20. 1 seat is for LDF and 1 seat is for BJP. So across the country you can see that there is a sea change in the mind among the voters.
And
that
why
they are
do you
in favor
think,
of
Mr.
a change.
Chennithala, that is the reason? You know, we saw this big, massive Mahayuti alliance. You have Ajit Pawar leaving the earlier party, shifting to Eknath Shinde. But clearly, as I'm seeing the numbers in Maharashtra, BJP and its 2 allies have been clearly cornered by the voters who are leaning towards Sharad Pawar and of course the other parties. And Uddhav Thackeray, you think that the entire sympathy vote has worked for him, given the fact that many people in Maharashtra still believe that the party was unfairly taken away from him and given to Eknath Shinde?
Exactly. That is the Narendra Modi's politics of Ayaram, Gayaram were rejected by the people of Maharashtra. They doesn't like it. The way in which the government was pulled down, and Shiva Sena was splitted, and Shiva Sena and NCP was splitted, and they both the Sharad Pawar and Uddhav Thackeray were humiliated like anything, and we can from the election campaign itself I could have sensed it, and the majority the farmers are in distress. Largest farmer suicide has taken place in Maharashtra. And entire Marathwada region, because of the Maratha reservation,
right.
The government was cheating them. And the Thangar reservation, The Prime Minister promised and nothing happened. All these things culminated on this election. Apart from that, the Agnivir is one of the major issues, Agnivir. And all the farming community in Maharashtra were against them. And all of these issues contributed in our victory.
Mr. Chenithala, there's a lot of talk about how the Marathwada region has today spoken against the ruling alliance in Maharashtra. Do you think that what has happened with Manoj Jarange Patil has sort of backfired for Maharashtra's government at the moment? And what will your party do for the cause of the Maratha vote?
See, we are already mentioned about our line on reservation. That is why we were telling about the caste census, and we are in favor of removing the gap of 50% reservation. All these things are before the people. The point is, the present day government in Maharashtra is not elected by the people. It was made by ED and CBI. See, Ashok Chavan switched over to BJP. Nanded we are winning. See, it shows that people are with Congress and Mahavikas Aghadi. If leaders will change the colors, people and the voters will not change. That is very evident from Nanded.
You know, Mr. Chenithala, speaking of leaders changing their colors, Sanjay Nirupam, if you remember, he said that the alliance with the Shiv Sena UBT is turning out to be self-destructive for the Congress. If you recall, he was so upset, so livid, he called the entire alliance to be indisciplined, unorganized. And look at things, how it stands today.
Yes, actually Sanjay is my good friend. He has taken a wrong decision. Now this alliance has got popular support. Uddhav Thackeray has got more 10 seats. Sharad Pawar got 7 seats. And Congress got 12 plus 1, 13 seats. So this is a formidable force in Maharashtra, and people wanted that Mahavikas Aghadi to continue. That is why they had given such a massive mandate for Mahavikas Aghadi.
Mr. Chenithala, is today's mandate also a commentary on BJP's alliance-making politics? Many are, in fact, questioning, they're calling it Tod-Fod Ki alliance. Do you think that the sentiment of the people of Maharashtra is still with the original Pawars and the original Thackeray's?
Yes, the sentiments of the people is very, very clear. They had never liked this kind of politics of change Uddhav Thackeray and made another government. So, that kind of a politics were not accepted by the people of Maharashtra. You can see the entire Nagpur area, that Vidarbha area.
Right.
Vidarbha area, Fadnavis was the instrumental to do all these things. How the people reacted in the Vidarbha area? Only one seat, that is Nagpur, except Nagpur. All the seats are with now with Mahavikas Aghadi. Our candidates are leading.
Right.
So if you see all the 6 regions, people are positively voted for Mahavikas Aghadi. That is very clear, and I feel that this kind of politics of BJP will not be accepted by the people. It was done in Karnataka. When people got an opportunity, people voted out from Karnataka. Like that in Maharashtra also, in a coming parliament assembly election, they will vote out BJP and this government.
Mr. Ramesh Chenithala for speaking with us. Joining us is Mr. Anurag Thakur, the Union Information and Broadcasting Minister in Modi 2.0 and now Victor from Hamirpur. Anurag ji, namaste. Anand Narsimhan बोल रहा हूँ. आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई. Congratulations on a good victory.
नमस्कार आनंद जी, कैसे हैं आप? आनंद में हैं?
मैं तो आनंद में हूँ. आप कैसे हैं? हमीरपुर और हिमाचल को लेकर आपकी क्या सोच रहे हैं?
तो आनंद ही है.
4 की 4 हिमाचल में आपने जीत ली हैं.
बिल्कुल 4 के 4 जीतकर 2014 में भी, 19 में भी, 24 में भी तीनों चुनाव में मोदी जी को 4 की 4 लोकसभा की सीटें हिमाचल ने जिताई हैं.
लोकल असेंबली इलेक्शंस में भले ही हलचल दूसरी हो, लेकिन नेशनल लेवल पर बीजेपी का वर्चस्व दिख रहा है हिमाचल में। अनुराग जी,
निश्चित तौर पर दिल्ली में भी सरकार जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की देश में सरकार बननी है एनडीए की, हम उस दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। लगभग 300 के आसपास सीटों पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो आंकड़ा एनडीए के साथ मिलकर आ रहा है, वो अपने आप में दिखाता है कि लोगों ने एक बार फिर नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में एनडीए की सरकार बनाने के लिए वोट दिया है।
बट द टॉक एंड एम वाज फॉर 400 पार, यहाँ 300 पार के लिए भी धक्के लग रहे हैं। दैट मस्ट बी अ लिटिल डिसअपॉइंटिंग।
हाँ, होता है कई बार, आपकी उम्मीदों के अनुसार आपको सीटें नहीं मिलती हैं, लेकिन फिर भी देखिए तीसरी बार लगातार अगर आपको सत्ता में आना है तो आपका कामकाज ये संभव करवा पाया है। जहां 1984 के बाद किसी को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं मिलता था, एक नहीं दो बार मोदी जी को पूर्ण बहुमत भी मिला, और तीसरी बार एनडीए को भी लगभग 300 सीटें हम जीत रहे हैं।
Two states where I think the setbacks have been huge. One is Uttar Pradesh and the other one is Maharashtra. Have you had the time to think about that? Because the Congress is almost touching 100 now, 99 for the Congress, big gains for the Congress, big gains for Samajwadi Party. Some rejection of jod-tod politics in Maharashtra evident. Anurag, आप क्या कहेंगे?
मैं इतना ही कहूंगा कि अगर आज के समय देखें तो जनता का वर्डिक्ट एनडीए के पक्ष में है। ये निश्चित तौर पर इंडी अलायंस की सीटें पहले से ज़्यादा बड़ी हैं, जो एक गठबंधन बना है, और जो उनकी जीत हुई मैं उस पर उनको बधाई देता हूं। लेकिन सरकार किसकी बनेगी वो स्पष्ट दिख रहा है कि एनडीए की सरकार बनेगी, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस तरह से भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने एक नहीं दो नहीं तीसरी बार अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, और दो राज्यों में भी
जी
अगर आप देखेंगे हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर्स के साथ, उड़ीसा हो, टीडीपी के साथ आंध्र प्रदेश में हो, हमने वहां पे अच्छा प्रदर्शन किया, और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जिस तरह से उड़ीसा में प्रदर्शन किया है, ये अपने आप में बहुत खुशी की बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी न केवल लोकसभा बल्कि विधानसभाओं में भी शानदार प्रदर्शन किया। अरुणाचल प्रदेश की बात करें, अन्य राज्यों में शानदार प्रदर्शन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का रहा।
आंध्र प्रदेश को स्पेशल स्टेटस, डेप्यूटी पीएम फॉर नीतीश कुमार, इस तरह से टीडीपी और जेडीयू को रिझाने की कोशिश कर रही है कांग्रेस, क्या कहेंगे?
मुझे लगता है मीडिया की बयानबाजी ज़्यादा है आनंद जी, ये मीडिया में ज़्यादा है। किसी एक चैनल ने चला दिया, बाकी 4 ने और चला दिया होगा।
नो, जयराम रमेश जी ने ट्वीट किया है अबाउट आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस।
आपकी किससे बातचीत हो पाई है?
जयराम रमेश जी ने ओपन ऑफर दिया है, वी विल ब्रिंग बैक आंध्रा स्पेशल स्टेटस। इट्स एन ओपन ऑफर टू द टीडीपी बाय सेइंग दैट।
डिपेंड करता है कि किसकी क्रेडिबिलिटी है। कोई कुछ भी कहता रहे, लेकिन लोग विश्वास किस पे करते हैं? ये वही लोग हैं जिन्होंने 10 साल इंतजार कराने के बाद जो हमने पार्लियामेंट में हालत देखी थी, तेलंगाना राज्य बनते समय क्या हालत हुई थी।
Bengal also big wins for the Trinamool, 29 for them. The NDA is only in 12. So will you see that as a setback? Because Bengal में आप काफी confident थे as a party कि आप अच्छा करेंगे।
निश्चित तौर पर हमारी उम्मीदों के अनुसार कुछ राज्यों में जो हमारी अपेक्षाएं थी उस तरह से सीटें नहीं मिली हैं, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं। आंकड़े बताते हैं। कारण क्या रहे आनंद जी, मुझे लगता है अभी बहुत जल्दी होगा। वोट शेयर कितना है, क्योंकि मैं अपना चुनाव लड़ रहा हूं इसलिए मैं सब वोट शेयर देख नहीं पाया
जी।
कई जगह हो सकता है भाजपा का वोट शेयर बड़ा हो, लेकिन बाकी जगह उनका कंसोलिडेट हुआ हो। तो ये भी डिपेंड करता है कि ऑपोजिशन का वोट कंसोलिडेट हुआ है तो उसका इम्पैक्ट भी आपको कई बार नजर आता है। दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का अपना वोट शेयर भी बड़ा हो सकता है, तो उस पर देखे बिना मुझे कुछ भी टिप्पणी करना उचित नहीं होगा।
कांग्रेस 100 तक पहुंची है, दैट्स अ बिग रिसर्जेंस। Will you believe that Rahul Gandhi is now been able to assert himself, and this is credit to them? Amethi, Raebareli दोनों जीती है
अगर आप
कांग्रेस
47 सीट से 99 सीट पे जाने पे इतना खुशी मना रहे हैं तो कोई बुराई नहीं है, आपकी सीटें बड़ी हैं, लेकिन अभी भी 100 से नीचे हैं। 272 तो दूर की बात है।
वरिष्ठ पत्रकार जावेद अंसारी हमारे साथ हैं, वो आपसे एक प्रश्न पूछना चाहते हैं अनुराग जी, विद योर काइंड इंडल्जेंस। यस
अनुराग भाई, आपने बहुत से वादे पूरे किए, एक नहीं किया, धर्मशाला ले जाके क्रिकेट मैच खिलवाने का, वो कब करेंगे?
जावेद भाई, अभी हमें फ्री हो गए। आप जिस दिन आपके पास समय हो मीडिया के मित्रों के पास, धर्मशाला का खूबसूरत स्टेडियम आपका इंतजार कर रहा है। और मुझे पता है आप कितने एविड क्रिकेट फैन हो। मैं जब पहली बार एमपी बना, अब तो मेरी 5वीं टर्म है, तब से हम क्रिकेट खेलते रहे और अब इस चुनाव के बाद एक बार फिर आपको ले चलते हैं दिल्ली की गर्मी से दूर, पहाड़ों की ठंड में, धौलाधार की छांव।
बिल्कुल।
5-time MP अनुराग जी, व्हाट्स द रोड अहेड? क्या प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में फिर से सरकार बनती हुई दिख रही है? आप आश्वस्त हैं इसको लेकर?
मैं बहुत आश्वस्त हूं, ना केवल मैं बल्कि देश कि प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में ही सरकार बनेगी, क्योंकि दुनिया को उम्मीदें आज भारत से है और भारत के नेतृत्व से तो नरेंद्र मोदी जी से है। और भारत की जिस तरह से उन्होंने लीडरशिप दी है, कमान संभाली है, वो 10 वर्षों में बहुत आगे देश को लेके गए। लड़खड़ाती चरमराती अर्थव्यवस्था से दुनिया की 5वीं बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना दिया। 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाल कर लाए। अब भविष्य के लिए भी जो दिखता है कि हमारी 8.2% विकास दर दिख रही है, वो अपने आप में दुनिया में सबसे आगे है। तो इसके लिए आपकी स्टेबिलिटी, कॉन्टिन्यूटी, स्थिरता, निरंतरता बहुत आवश्यक है और वो तभी आती है जब मजबूत नेतृत्व, और मजबूत नेतृत्व नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आपको मिलता है।
माय फाइनल क्वेश्चन टू यू नाउ, बहुमत की सरकार तो है लेकिन एलाइज के साथ, इट्स नॉट अ सिंगल पार्टी मेजॉरिटी दैट द बीजेपी एंजॉयड इन 14 and 19. विल दैट इम्पैक्ट the Viksit Bharat module? Will that impact certain radical steps that were planned in the first 100 days and beyond? क्या उस पर कुछ चीजें बैक बर्नर पे चली जाएंगी?
नहीं आनंद जी, कौन ऐसा भारतीय होगा जो विकसित भारत बनता ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश का विकास ना देखना चाहता हो, जो देश को आगे बढ़ते ना देखना चाहता हो। हमारे अलायंस पार्टनर साथ में आए एनडीए में तो देश के विकास के लिए ही आए, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व के साथ ही आए, और जिन्होंने देखा कि 10 साल में कितनी ईमानदारी के साथ, पारदर्शिता के साथ नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने सरकार चलाई और आज फिर चलाने के लिए तैयार हैं। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूं, विकास के एजेंडे से कोई दूर भागना नहीं चाहता और हमारा भी अगले 5 साल के लिए दिलो दिमाग पे एक ही बात है, विकास विकास विकास, गरीब कल्याण और विकसित भारत, इसका संकल्प हम लेके चले हैं। ये हम करके ही दिखाएंगे जनता के आशीर्वाद से।
Anurag Thakur ji, congratulations again. Many would not believe that you're already a 5-time MP at such a young age. Wish you all the very, very best. Thank you for speaking with us.
बहुत धन्यवाद।
क्रिकेट का वादा आपसे लेकर लिया है, आएंगे जरूर खेलने।
क्रिकेट का वादा पूरा करेंगे सर।
Thank you. Going straight across to Mr. Basavaraj Bommai, who is joining us, the former Chief Minister of Karnataka. Mr. Bommai, namaskara. Congratulations. How would you see your performance and also performance of the BJP and the NDA in Karnataka this time, sir? 19 out of 26 at this point. 28.
Yeah, we are shortfall of another 3-4 seats, which we have lost marginally. Otherwise, we had a aim at 24. But however, we have got 19 now with JDS 2. Chipping in, and I think it reflects the scene of all India, where we are falling short of majority mark lines. Anyhow, but the spirit is the same. The spirit has, which has been lit by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, is so very strong that I think whatever the numbers are, our total sankalp, vikas ka sankalp, it will be there forever.
What is your assessment? What perhaps went wrong? Why the setback in Karnataka, and also national picture if you were to see the target set and where the NDA is and the BJP is currently?
In Karnataka, I think we should have planned pretty well during our seat selections, and pan India, the campaign which was totally casteist, done by the Congress party and its allies, has really disturbed the vote bank. Those who are voting for entire nation, that was little fractured. The main reason is that the casteist approach of the opposition has really toned down the development agenda of Narendra Modi, and you know how it is when the caste comes. It will be totally emotional and as well as very little thinking goes into that.
Do you think this Samvidhan Badal Denge narrative actually hurt the BJP? We'll change the constitution, kind of a fear mongering.
I don't think that Samvidhan Badal Denge, but it was a package, you know, that they tried to misguide the SC, STs and OBCs in a different way. They said Samvidhan Badal Denge for SC, ST, as well as they said that caste census will be done and jiska kitna abadi hai uska utna hak. All these things have temporarily whip off the emotions, and they try to misguide, and they are successful in few states, especially UP. They have been successful. That's how they are able to muster some numbers there.
Do you believe
probably,
there was
that we should?
Please complete.
There is a saying that politics is a religion is a religion is a short term, the long term politics, and politics is a short term religion. And to beat religion, caste comes, and to beat caste, subcaste comes, and to beat everything, cash comes. This is how somebody had told me. I think that approach, the opposition took that line.
The BJP has lost Ayodhya also, so the Ram Mandir was not a factor at all. This entire Hindutva aspect didn't work for the BJP.
If somebody has studied the political demography of Gorakhpur MP constituency, it is heavily loaded by minorities and other castes. So the Ram Mandir is there in Ayodhya, but however the entire constituency, the social structure of that constituency is little different from the Ayodhya, where the Ram Lala is now there.
In Karnataka, do you believe, along with the seat ticket allocation, internal strife and perhaps some complacency within the BJP Karyakartas has hurt the party?
No, the Karyakartas have ultimately, they have come together and done it. But however, another issue is in this thing is the guarantees which are given by Congress government has played the role, as well as the Congress government has used their money power and official power to the hilt in a desperation, and that has also affected our marginal losses.
Yeah, from a Congress Mukt Bharat, is it now becoming a Congress Yukt Bharat, resurgence of the Congress now, Mr. Bombay? 99 seats for the Congress party. Final question, sir.
No, shall I tell you one thing that,
yes,
okay, they have taken 99 seats, but ultimately in the long political journey of this country, Congress had it enough, and in the days to come, I know that Congress will not be the same Congress, and the numbers also will play an important internal politics of Congress.
Right. Mr. Basavarav Romai, thank you very much for speaking with us. Handing it back to Akanksha and Avantika with news about Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his win in Varanasi.
All right, many thanks to you, Anand. In fact, let's also introduce our guests. I'm joined in by Mr. Abhishek Dutt, who's the spokesperson of the Congress party, Javed Ansari, who's a senior renowned journalist. In fact, we have some breaking inputs coming in. Mr. Bhati also joining in of the Samajwadi party. But let me also bring you those breaking inputs. Prime Minister Modi making a very important declaration over there. He's in fact gone on to declare the winners.
No, he's won. He's won with 1.5 lakh margin. That's a huge news. That's a big news coming in.
That is the big breaking news we are bringing to you of Prime Minister Modi's victory, an emphatic victory being declared over there from Varanasi.
How much did he win the last time?
But Javed still, he is winning Varanasi for the third time.
And so are others. And Mr. Shivraj, Mr. Singh Chauhan has won from Vidisha by 8 lakh votes.
Yeah, but you know, Javed, they may have lost out on the votes. 244, they are falling short of the majority, that's true. No, but the Prime Minister winning Varanasi by 1.5 lakh votes, how do you respond to that?
It's a win. He needs to be congratulated. But he's won by a lot less than what they were expecting. His own people, Mr. Amit Shah, said that they will win by the biggest, highest margin recorded ever.
Yeah, please go ahead, Mr. Ansari, finish.
So that he's fallen far short. In fact, early in the morning, they had the jitters because at one point
he was trailing.
At one point he was trailing.
Abhishek, that in fact, like to bring you in.
This, on the back of the fact that they've lost Ayodhya, tells its own story.
True. Abhishek, that in fact, if I could bring you in, this is the first time we are seeing such a shrunken margin as far as Prime Minister Modi's victory is concerned. Would you also like to add in your inputs as far as Ajay's own performance is concerned? Abhishek, can you hear me?
I'd like to thank the entire voters of Varanasi, our alliance partners, and our candidate for giving a very big show, fighting against Mr. Narendra Modi ji in Varanasi, and at one time he was trailing if you were following his election result. At the end of the day, him winning with a very small margin shows the popularity of Narendra Modi ji in our country, and especially in UP. The same Bharatiya Janata Party had claimed that Mr. Modi will win with more than 6 lakh votes. Today, he stands with a margin of 1,57,000. After putting in all the resources, the entire government was there to support him. The way they were pushing the, the voters of our party, all the supporters were under heavy police pressure. But still, we all managed a very good election over there.
Right.
And Mr. Modi must confess one thing today, that brand Modi no longer stays in our country. Modi guarantee has not worked. People of the country have given a very strong message, and I'd like to thank all of them.
All right, just stay on with me. Rajkumar from the Samajwadi Party is also joining us. Rajkumar ji, UP has been a big surprise, big shock to the BJP, but you know, the Samajwadi Party, Sapa Party jo hai aapki, to biggest change maker, emerging as the king maker. Is it because of the distribution of the tickets, that entire strategy which has worked in the benefit of the Indy and the Samajwadi Party alliance?
नहीं, बिल्कुल जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने टिकटों का वितरण किया, जो वो लगातार बोल रहे थे पीडीए का नारा दे रहे थे, उस पीडीए को बिल्कुल प्रैक्टिकल रूप से उन्होंने उतारा। आपने देखा कि हमने 2 जनरल सीटों पर भी एससी कैंडिडेट लड़ाए, जिसमें फैजाबाद, जहां राम मंदिर बना हुआ है, वहां पर अवधेश प्रसाद हमारे जीत गए हैं, और मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि मेरठ भी हम जीत जाएंगे, जहां हमने एससी कैंडिडेट उतारा है जनरल सीट पर। 11 महिलाओं को टिकट दिया अखिलेश यादव जी ने, और ओबीसी के अलग-अलग
तो रहा है, नॉन यादव ओबीसीज को ज्यादा महत्व दिया है, दलित्स को ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंस दिया है, सो इट्स बीन वेरी स्ट्रेटेजिक. जावेद, वुड यू एग्री दैट इट हैज बीन a strategic
100%. They've been very smart, very intelligent about it, and the BJP has goofed up its ticket distribution. If they had won UP, the credit would obviously have gone to the Prime Minister, to India's modern day Chanakya, Mr. Amit Shah, and of course the strong man of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath. Who would they give for this debacle? Who will they give the credit? Who will they give the responsibility?
Puri Yadav family has done very well, Rajkumar ji.
Not just Yadav family, not just Yadav family, it would be the SP, the India Alliance, not Indy, it's INDIA Alliance. Indy, BJP says it, we don't have to repeat it. The India Alliance is the #1 grouping in Uttar Pradesh, and not
यूपी के रिजल्ट को आप समीक्षा करते समय आपको इस बात पर विशेष ध्यान देना चाहिए कि उत्तर प्रदेश के मतदाताओं ने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की जो सांप्रदायिकता की, जातिवाद की राजनीति है, उसे नकार दिया है। और ये जो मुद्दों के आधार पर चुनाव हुआ, जो अखिलेश यादव जी ने जनता के असली मुद्दे थे, रोजगार, महंगाई, भ्रष्टाचार, जो आपका अग्निवीर, किसान की जो एमएसपी की गारंटी, ये सारे मुद्दे उठाए, उन मुद्दों पर जनता ने वोट दिया। ये देश के लिए एक अच्छा संदेश है।
There's, in fact, we've all very consistently heard these appeals coming from the UP CM as well as the Prime Minister, that when it comes to Uttar Pradesh, there was a lot of talk about the Yogi Modi model, the double engine ki sarkar. All of that seems to have failed at the moment.
That appears to have had more support in media houses than with the electorate of Uttar Pradesh. And I have a question. Modi is won by 158,000. That's breaking news. How much has Rahul Gandhi won in Wayanad and from Raebareli?
Huge.
What is the number?
Huge. Both of, I mean, he's on a dominant streak on both those seats, Wayanad and also from Raebareli. And just Amethi,
you will
Abhishek.
give it as much prominence as you give.
Right, I think we should bring in Abhishek. Abhishek, many critics were talking about how caste has been subsumed and that in fact BJP was being credited for being this unifying force of the Sanatan Dharma. But do you think that caste is not a factor that is yet done away with when we look at the emerging trends and the results, especially in Uttar Pradesh?
See, it was not the people who said that. It was only anchors in the TV studio.
No, we never negated caste.
I'm not talking about you. Please don't take it to yourself. I said anchors in the TV studio. I didn't say you. And some people who were giving exit polls, they were mentally convinced that whatever Mr. Modi is saying is actually correct. But if you look at the reality, the way I was there in Uttar Pradesh during the election campaign, the way Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji along with Akhilesh ji and other alliance partners went to the people, they were very specific with the agenda. महिलाओं को प्रति साल 1 लाख रुपए की सम्मान राशि, युवाओं को रोजगार, किसानों को MSP कानून और साथ में उनका ऋण माफ. These were the biggest issue that the country is facing.
Right.
There is massive price rise, massive unemployment, and Bharatiya Janata Party, especially the Prime Minister, the way he's been speaking throughout the election campaign, he talks about Mahila, Mangal Sutra, Muslim. What was his agenda during the campaign? Did he ever went to the public and said, in the last 10 years, we've given so many jobs to the people of our country? Did he tell the people of our country that the price rise has come down?
True.
They used to laugh at the Congress, especially Smriti Irani. Let me just complete one second, please. Smriti Irani ji used to make fun of 440 rupees gas ka cylinder. And today, when the cylinder was 1,000 rupees, she never opened the mouth. People are very smart. They don't speak. They vote. And they voted exactly what people of the country wanted them to vote.
All right, Abhishek, we'll have to see how, in fact, the final results shape up. Many thanks to you for joining in on CNN News 18. Remember, results are still emerging at the moment as we speak, but the larger picture is still very much clear. On that note, it's time to slip into a quick break. We'll be back with the latest. Stay with us at CNN News 18.
Talked about a 1,000-year reign. He upped the ante. He made it seem that anything less than 400 would be a defeat. Whereas, in fact, if you're a third-term prime minister and you've got these results, if you're going to break history, make history and be sworn in for a third term, you've already achieved quite a lot. Why Mr. Modi upped the ante, I do not know.
Well, Prime Minister has spoken with Chandrababu Naidu. Payal is joining us with the details before we get into the analysis. Yes, Payal, what's the conversation about? Or we'll go across to Payal in just a bit. Yes,
if you look at phase 1 and phase 2, you see that both those phases haven't really kicked in for the BJP. If you just look at that in the data set,
right? Let's see.
That'll give you the picture. And I think that's really where he had to press the panic button, so to speak. Let me bring in Mr. Poonawalla on that if he's still there with us. Mr. Poonawalla, just wanted to ask you, the conversation here is veering around to the fact that the Prime Minister really went hell for leather. After the second phase, is that because the BJP had sensed that there was a certain degree of perhaps dissipation in support on the ground?
Look, Rahul, once again, the BJP and the NDA alliance, already NDA plus was 400 and therefore we set a high benchmark for ourselves. We always knew, as we've been already validated, that we were going to come back to power for a third time. The only question was that could we reach or better the target that we had set for ourselves. Perhaps Veer has a point that we set our ambitions too high. We could be guilty of the burden of expectations weighing too heavily on us. But now, just think of it, had this been 2014, the 2014 NDA was about 310 or 315 seats. We are not very far away from that. By all likelihood, with 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, we'll be making that mark.
Right.
At that time, that was considered as a wave, and today it's not being considered as a wave.
No, and see, I'm just looking at Zaka wanted to know, beg your pardon, Rahul wanted to know, in phase 1 and 2 together, the opposition has actually taken 26 seats, plus 26 seats. The NDA is minus 23. And in that, if I have to look at the breakup of the NDA, the BJP has got 72 seats. They are minus 23 overall. So that's the breakup. And if you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, let me add to the filters and add phase 3 also. If you look at phase 1, 2 and 3, overall, the NDA is minus 34 seats. Yes. So the first 3 phases is where the BJP and the NDA has suffered a lot of losses. Bulk of the losses are from the BJP.
And that's the area where the SP has really capitalized in Uttar Pradesh also. If you overlay those 3 phases.
If we look at the Uttar Pradesh region, and let's look at the region, let's go back and we'll look at the states. I've got Payal with me. Just a minute. Yes, Payal. Chandrababu Naidu has dialed, has been spoken to by the PM. What's the conversation about? Yes, Payal.
So, you know, what we are given to understand is that Prime Minister Narendra Modi had called up Chandrababu Naidu, the TDP chief, to convey his congratulations to Naidu's led TDP, which is of course heading the NDA alliance over there, for the stupendous kind of result they've been able to get. If you remember, the 2019 election was just the reverse when Jagan Mohan Reddy swept the entire election, but this time around it's the reverse which has taken place. Also, very importantly, although there were a lot of talks within the Congress circles that they will approach Chandrababu Naidu for an alliance, but Chandrababu Naidu, in no uncertain terms, has conveyed to the Prime Minister that irrespective of whatever is going the rounds, he still solidly continues to be with the NDA. Now, Chandrababu Naidu is somebody who's been with the Atal Bihari Vajpayee government also. He was with the government in 2014. He walked off the alliance in 2019 before the 2019 elections, but he's come back just a few months ago, so he's very much solidly behind the alliance and very much solidly behind the NDA.
Back live in the battle for Bharat, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anand Narasimhan. With me, Zaka Jacob on the magic wall, and Rahul Shivshankar, our consulting editor, also with us. But let's go straight to these pictures coming in from the Congress headquarters, where Rahul Gandhi has arrived, Priyanka Vadra has arrived, to jubilation, celebration, and all smiles. The Congress party on the verge of touching 100 seats. A big comeback from the 2019 performance of 52 seats. There's a big leg up, nearly 48, 47 seats up now, the Congress party. Although many within the BJP believe the Congress still pales in front of the performance of the BJP itself, which collectively right now is leading on 242 seats, leads and wins together, and about 9 more than the collective INDIA or the India Alliance performance. So that's the argument that's coming through. But for the Congress party, they have been able to shoulder a huge burden and a huge bulk of the performance of the INDIA. The single largest party within the opposition is led by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra, and they have won Amethi and Raebareli hands down. Big win in Amethi and in Raebareli, and that's why there are big smiles on the faces of Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra. The Congress will believe that their story, their narrative, their campaign on ground has worked, and that's why it's returned them rewards in states like Karnataka, states like Maharashtra, states like Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, and also overall their performances that has taken them to 99 seats. They've also done very well in Kerala. Zaka, these numbers, as we stay with these pictures, the Congress numbers is a story in itself. Oh,
absolutely. Out of the 233 that the India Alliance has, clearly the Congress is by far the biggest chunk of that at 99 seats. The second biggest is the Samajwadi party. But just focus on those pictures. Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi, clearly they're all smiles. Supriya Srinath right behind them. And, you know, just pause for a moment, because a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Rahul Gandhi undertook that Bharat Jodo Yatra, no one was quite giving him a chance. No one was really talking about it. People said it's an exercise in trying to relaunch him for the 5th time or the 10th time. The first Bharat Jodo Yatra really brought together unexpected people, and they got the kind of support that I don't think even Congress insiders were expecting. And then the second Yatra kind of got completely subsumed by the election cycle itself, the one from west to east. And no one really gave Rahul Gandhi that much of a chance, because, you know, it was like the election cycle is already here, and of course the India alliance's seat sharing problems overtook the Nyaya Yatra and its cycle. But, you know, think about it for a second. I mean, this man has been vilified. He has really been under the pump, both from the BJP and, may I say, you know, folks, some of us folks here in the media as well. But today is his moment, and you got to give him his due.
Credit where it's due, but we cannot forget that the Congress's success in Uttar Pradesh could not have happened without Akhilesh Yadav.
Right.
The one person and whose party and whose strategy needs to be admired, saluted and also acknowledged is Akhilesh Yadav and his performance, the PDA break one, the Pichla, Dalit and Agra, the Alpsankyak, that combination that he did with his seat sharing and also transfer of votes of cadre, helping the Congress party, all of that should be given.
The glue actually is the Congress, and it has to be. The math, you know, just adds up. We've been talking about this, the direct contest, unless the Congress gets to 100, you know, how can they get that? Look at this. In Rajasthan, again, it's the Congress, that's the glue. In Maharashtra, the Congress today has more seats than the Uddhav Sena or the Sharad Pawar NCP, which again, you know, is... All right, we've got Dipinder Hooda of the Congress now joining us, senior leader from Haryana, who's now won the Rohtak seat as well. Dipinder, many, many congratulations. As I see it, I think in Haryana, the Congress is winning or leading in 6 constituencies. The Aam Aadmi Party, I believe, has 1, or it was leading in 1. So 6 out of 10 in a state where the last 2 times you were wiped out, 10-0, 10-0. What does this mean? What is the voter of Haryana telling the people today?
Thank you. First of all, through you, I'd like to thank the people of Haryana and people of my constituency for showing faith and showering their blessings on the Congress party and supporting me in my constituency. Like you rightly said, at the moment, we are clear in 5 seats.
Yeah.
And there is a contest going on in 2 seats. We hope that, you know, things may turn around there. 3 seats are clear for the BJP. That's the situation in Haryana. I'm leading by 3,25,000 votes, and some certain counting is going on. Overall,
what is it? What is it? Is it Jats being upset with the BJP? Is it unemployment? Is it the Agniveer issue? We know there are a lot of folks who go to the forge from Haryana. What is it that you know, led to this kind of a result?
See, all what you are saying, all sections have voted for us, not just one community. Across spectrum, people are upset with the BJP. BJP has tried this narrative of divide and rule, not just in Haryana, across the country, somewhere on the basis of religion, like in Uttar Pradesh they've been trying, and somewhere on the basis of caste, like in Haryana they tried. But people are now fed up with this agenda of divide and rule, and people have rejected this agenda. This is one of the messages coming out of this election. And you know, what has happened in Haryana has great implications locally, because our state government, which is the elections are due in 4 months, but the state government had already lost the majority when 3 BJP supporting independent MLAs had withdrawn their support and had given their letter of support to Chaudhry Upendra Singh Hooda ji during the Lok Sabha election. So BJP government today in Haryana has just 41 MLAs, and we need 46 for a clear-cut majority. So not only the BJP has lost confidence of the House, the BJP has also lost confidence of the people, because more people, in terms of vote share, we are ahead of the BJP as per the figures which are coming to us, and also in terms of the number of assembly segments in which we are leading. So through you, I demand that the BJP should, this is a moral defeat for the BJP in Haryana. BJP government should take the responsibility. It's a ये जो सरकार है, ये अल्पमत में सरकार चल रही है. अब इस सरकार को नैतिक जिम्मेदारी देके इस्तीफा लेना चाहिए, या गवर्नर साहब इसको बर्खास्त करें और हरियाणा के अंदर तुरंत चुनाव कराए जाएं. ये हमारी मांग है आज, और हम लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं कि लोगों ने हमारी उम्मीद से ज्यादा लोगों ने जो हमें साथ दिया, हमारा साथ आशीर्वाद.
Dipinder Hooda, thank you so much for speaking with us. He's saying now, given these results, 5 to the Congress in a state where they got 0 last 2 times, he is saying that the current government of Mr. Naib Singh Saini is in a minority, and that the governor should dissolve the House and call for elections immediately. These, meanwhile, are pictures from the Congress headquarters, the AICC media briefing room.
Well, there will be a press conference. I think Pawan Khera is there, Supriya Shrinate is there. It looks like Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Vadra will jointly address that press conference. But before we go across, some big updates coming in from Bengal. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary has accepted defeat. He has conceded defeat to Yusuf Pathan. So another Trinamool Congress victory. Bengal is yet another story where the Trinamool Congress has come back and wrested the seats that it conceded to the BJP the last time around. So it's a big story there. The BJP is at 242 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. 293 for the NDA, 99 for the Congress Party, 233 for the NDA alliance. Now, overall, these results seem to be settling in, although we are given to understand about 44 seats where the margin of victory is fluctuating. It's between 1,500 to 3,000 votes, and that's why it's going to be a story for everyone, and we have to watch these 44 seats very, very carefully. These numbers will settle only by about 6:30, 7 p.m. we are given to understand. So it's a longer coverage of the battle for Bharat. It's not over yet. The NDA believes they will cross 300. The BJP believes it will touch 250. Will that happen? The Congress believes it should get to 105. It will be 100 plus. The INDI alliance believes they should get up to 240. We'll see what happens because it's quite tough. Even as Dipender Huda was saying, in Haryana itself, there are 2 seats where it's neck and neck. Now, sources within the BJP are turning around and saying, hey, don't deny us our victory. We are coming to power for the 3rd time. We have actually retained our vote share of 37.3% from 2019 with 245 seats. Our collect individual seats at 242 is still 9 greater than the entire opposition alliance put together. So why are you denying our victory is what the BJP is saying. Yes, we may have set a target of 400 par. We may have said that we will do better than 2019, but we have come back to power for a 3rd time, and that too with a strong coalition and a 3rd consecutive term, which is historic. Anand, Congress hasn't even crossed 100 is their point of view.
Yeah, Anand, I've been writing a piece over the last 1 hour, and I've come to this sort of conclusion after looking at all the results, etc., that look, the BJP at the end of the day, led by Prime Minister Modi, is set for a historic 3rd term, albeit with a weakened mandate. No one is denying that, but in that mandate are some lessons for the BJP to learn.
Yes.
The Congress has spent 10 years out of power learning its own lessons. One of them was to perhaps concede ground to other political parties, which it has done. For example, in Uttar Pradesh, perhaps the BJP now needs to learn how to carry other parties along, perhaps be more consensus orientated. There are lessons. But these pictures are historic in their own way.
Mr. Kharge is turned out to be a bit of a lucky totem, if you will, a lucky talisman.
Sonia Gandhi is also coming.
All right, Sonia Gandhi is also there. Rahul Gandhi is there. Jairam Ramesh, Mr. Nasir Hussain.
It'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to hear whether the Congress party is going to let the NDA form the government. We don't know. They could make a push for it.
They believe that this mandate is against Mr. Modi, and therefore the India alliance.
He should not be the Prime Minister, and they're being aggressive. See, Jairam Ramesh being unabashed as he openly invites Chandrababu Naidu by saying we will give Andhra Pradesh special status. The talk about, and there is unconfirmed rumors that Nitish Kumar has been approached with the Deputy PM assurance. Although both allies have very clearly said that no, we are strongly with the NDA, we are not going anywhere. The SKM in Sikkim has also openly endorsed their support for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and they are firmly with the NDA.
उसके बाद में हमारे पूर्व अध्यक्ष राहुल जी आपसे बातचीत करेंगे और हमारे बीच में कांग्रेस संसदीय दल के अध्यक्ष सोनिया गांधी जी भी मौजूद हैं। मैं उनका भी स्वागत करता हूं। कांग्रेस अध्यक्ष मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे जी।
क्यों इसको नहीं डाला शायद। Respected Madam Sonia Gandhi ji, Rahul Gandhi ji, प्रियंका गांधी जी और इस मंच पे बैठे हुए हमारे पार्टी के सभी नेतागण, आज जो देश में चुनाव के रिजल्ट आए हैं, ये मैं तो पहले कहूँगा ये जो रिजल्ट है जनता की रिजल्ट है और ये जनता की जीत है और लोकतंत्र की जीत है। हम पहले से यही कह रहे थे कि ये लड़ाई हमारी मोदी वर्सेस जनता है, लोग हैं। तो 18वीं लोकसभा के चुनाव में हम विनम्रता से जनमत को स्वीकार करते हैं। इस बार जनता ने किसी एक दल को पूर्ण बहुमत नहीं दिया, खासकर सत्ताधारी दल भाजपा ने एक व्यक्ति एक चेहरे के नाम पर वोट मांगा। अब ये स्पष्ट हो गया है कि ये मैंडेट मोदी जी के खिलाफ गया है। ये उनकी राजनीतिक और नैतिक हार है। जो व्यक्ति बार बार अपने नाम से ही हर जगह वोट मांगते थे, उनकी ये बहुत बड़ी हार है और नैतिक दृष्टि से ये तो उनको बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुआ।